a blueprint produced in 1986 under the able leadership of our current president, His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottlieb Keingop, at the time when he was the Director General of the United Nations Institute for Namibia. In Chapter 10 of that work, it gives a meticulous account of the energy mix that was available at the time and that is available for further exploration and exploitation in future. Excitingly, but not surprisingly, many of those potential sources identified at the time has now become a reality. One such source is the recent oil discoveries in the Orange Basin. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about shaping the future of energy towards value creation, we should consider shaping it along the following lines. First of all, as I said earlier, it must be for the benefit of our people, especially the youth, because tomorrow they will be the ones filling these seats. They will be the ones standing at the podium where I'm standing today, and they need to be included in this conversation. Our efforts should be geared towards the reduction of youth unemployment. Our natural resources must be used to uplift and empower the youth and create opportunities for skills development and capacity development. It should not be the converse, where our natural resources becomes a source of discontentment amongst the youth that leads to revolts and social unrest. Our natural resources should serve as a catalyst for poverty reduction in all spheres of society. Again, we should not forget that Namibia is a country where income inequalities exist at the highest levels. So we should use the benefits of our natural resources to address ills such as those. Thirdly, we should not allow any form of corruption to manifest itself in the management of our natural resources. And this should be stemmed at the root cause, whether it's those that initiate corruption or those that are at the receiving end of corruption. We should not allow it. We should espouse sound governance and create mutually beneficial climates for all stakeholders and development partners involved in these endeavors. It is incumbent upon all participants who is eager to shape the future of energy towards value creation to stay clear from corruption and mismanagement of our resources. Let me turn back to the tradition of storytelling as I conclude. In Africa, and Namibia being no exception, we find a lot of wild animals. So if you have not visited Namibia as a tourist, please talk to me. I can talk to my counterpart and we can extend your visa so that you can do some tourism. And we have the Big Five in Namibia, and lions are part of the Big Five. Now, one animal that fascinates me is the lioness, because a lioness, with its tenacity, its endurance, and its guts to attack any type of animal is very remarkable and unmatched, perhaps. When a lioness dares to take down a big animal like a buffalo, she does it in a very systematic way, one bite at a time. And occasionally a lion will come around to help when help is needed. But when the lioness has taken down the buffalo, the whole pride is allowed to feed. When I look at Selma, she resembles an African lioness. I want to encourage you, Selma, continue bringing the conversation home. Africa and Namibia is awaiting to feed. I thank you so much.
First of all, good morning to you all. This is a hard act to follow. the African storytelling. The only thing I get close to is when the executive director mentioned the dogs, or the dog. I got 2 Labradors myself. We got them through COVID, and I didn't realize how big and how strong they could get. So now when I walk in town, then I often go for a run with the 2 dogs, and sometimes it's more them pulling me than they pulling me, or me pulling them. And it's quite interesting, because you go to a restaurant or you go somewhere else, and I was in Swakopmund and people said to me, "Oh, are you that guy with the dogs?" Yeah? And we live very close to the St. Paul School, and at the St. Paul School, of course, there's a lot of traffic in the morning, so they all see me and they say, "Oh, you're the guy with the dogs." So, doesn't even get close to your stories, but I like your stories a lot better though. Yeah. But just to set a little bit the scene, so Dennis Zekveld, I'm the country chair for Shell here in Namibia. I've been here since 2014, so this is certainly my second home. I joined Shell in 2000 in the UK, and since that we always move to different countries. But Namibia has become, as the Petroleum Commissioner knows, has become my second home. My children even refer to it, especially my son, and he often said, "But Daddy, I am Namibian." I said, "Yeah, okay, technically speaking, you're Dutch actually." But then he says, "I haven't really lived in Holland that much," and that's also true. He was born there, but didn't spend much time there. But maybe a couple of comments which I would like to make. The first one, yesterday we had a reception, and I would like to, because this is a larger group, yesterday was a good turnout, but this is a larger group, I would like to acknowledge Wits Africa. They've really done a tremendous job, and I know it's never one person, Selma, but you are certainly, as far as I'm concerned, the star there. And your team is amazing what you've done. I often say to people, it's easy to be popular when everything is going well, and when you make the discoveries and all of that. But the reality is you initiated this a decade ago. I remember meeting you literally in 2014, and it wasn't easy, and there weren't that many people in the room as we have at the moment. So to me, again, going back, stealing a little bit from yourself, from the lioness, but it is really true. It's like you need to have a plan and you need to stick to it. The other point I would like to make is it really makes a huge difference if a ministry is supportive or not. I lived and work in 7 different countries, and I can say Namibia, and then especially the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Honourable Minister, yourself and your predecessors, how you've always supported these events is really commendable. So really thanks for that, and Petroleum Commissioner Mr. McLeod, really appreciate it. What I will do is share a couple of comments. I know we don't have a lot of times, but I would like to make a couple of comments here. Energy has rarely been, because I do think it's critical for this conference, energy has rarely been as prominent or as significant a global issue as it is today. As governments, business and societies wrestle with the challenge of how do you supply the world with reliable, secure and affordable energy supplies, what it needs now. I think the whole situation in the global situation, I don't need to explain to you, but it says enough. But we have 2 challenges. That is the immediate challenge. The other challenge is that we need to tackle the vital need to transition to a low carbon economy. And that is our challenge here combined. Now the good news is, for a country like Namibia, which is blessed with resources, natural resources, as we just heard on the resource side, the diamonds, the gold, but now also the oil and gas. But what about the solar, the wind? This is a country that has effectively an abundance of all of those resources. So Namibia could really play, and I'm convinced it will play, a critical role in all of that. We clearly, as Shell, we want to be a key enabler. We want to make sure that we play our role there, and not only that, but that we move through the energy transition, and we do that responsibly. Now, as you all, probably most of you know, Shell has been in Namibia since 2014. That's actually not fair to say either, because we were here in the late 90s. But we established an office in 2014. It has been quite a journey. But the key news is clearly that we spent 8-9 years exploring with and I'm extremely proud of our team, with our teams, we explored in the Orange Basin since late 2014. Now that has then led, it has been quite a journey. I was saying yesterday to some of you, the last year in my mind feels more like 3 years, and it has been super, super intensive. But the good news is like we were able to actually move at pace, as we, Honourable Minister, were saying last year during the conference. So we were able to drill the Graph, the first exploration well. We then moved to a back-to-back campaign. I don't think that is ever heard in the industry that you move from a plant, one well plant, into a back-to-back campaign, and we also were making that happen. If I say we, I have very little to do with it. But there has been a team of a tremendous amount of work going into this. And for me, what I always say is, it's great if you can make a discovery, but you need to start with what's really important. Can you do it safely? Can you do it responsibly? And we were able to show, because that is your license to operate. So there was what we call zero tolerance when it comes to any safety-related matters. Now, as you know, we were able to drill those wells. And we proved a working petroleum system, which is of course super important, but also the presence of light oil. So that was really a big milestone for Namibia, and clearly that's why I came here for, but it's never a given. Now after, that was last year, we then promised and we said we will move at pace, and that's exactly what we did. So later in the year, starting in December, we drilled another well, it's called the Jonker well, exactly the same. We proved the petroleum system, and not only that, again we made a discovery, and that was the light oil discovery. We completed that in March this year. Now, that doesn't mean that we will stop there. So the bottom line is, after that, we are effectively doing now a multi-well campaign, and we're busy now with the Graph re-entry as we speak. This clearly shows our joint venture, and I would like to acknowledge that. If I say Shell, yes, we are the operator, but we are here together with our partners, Qatar Energy and Namco. So I was, as I mentioned yesterday, super impressed that Qatar Energy is here. I know we're in the middle of the Ramadan, but the fact that Qatar Energy made time for this is really, really appreciated, an incredible strong partner. But I also would like to acknowledge Namco. Namco has been from the very start an incredible strong partner for us. So I really would like to acknowledge that. I always say to my staff, if they say, how do you do this in terms of the timing? I said, now put yourself in the shoes of Victoria Sibea or the Petroleum Commissioner, then you know what real hard work is, because I just do one license in South Africa, but you do a lot more than I do. But as I said, we're moving at pace. We have a multi-well campaign in Namibia, and we're very, very excited about that. Maybe taking a little bit of a step back, and it was again mentioned by the Executive Director. The reality is, this is all great, but it needs to serve a purpose. And the purpose always, you always need to take a step back. And the key question is, you need to start with what is in it for the country. And that is, these developments can clearly play a valued role supporting the local and global energy needs. And of course, that is important. You need a market. But the other part is like we need to drive local economic opportunities in Namibia. So we have had a lot of discussion on this, but we as a joint venture, we are very committed to maximizing local employment opportunities, to support local supply chains, to prioritize local goods and services and skills, and to work with the government on the local content strategy. This is really a pivotal moment, and we need to get this right. There are good examples and there are not so good examples, and we need to make sure that Namibia, as it always is in the good example. I also would like to thank here the Namibian government, and I will tell you why I say that. To create an enabling environment in which we can invest with confidence is super, super important. That's not a given, yeah? And not every country has that environment and created it. I believe that His Excellency, the President of Namibia, he mentioned about stability, predictability, good governance, and the rule of law do not happen by accident. And to me that is super, super important, because it is so true. We may take it for granted, or maybe here in Namibia you may take it for granted, but it isn't. And again, as was said by the executive director, good governance and these elements are critical, because if it isn't in place, this industry will not develop. So we need that, and it's extremely important. Maybe the last 2 points I would like to make is, like, for those who are new to Namibia, I can't use that excuse either that I'm a newbie, but the ones that are new to Namibia, what I said yesterday is, and also what was said this morning, here in Namibia what is super important is that you collaborate and that you create partnerships, but also that you are honest and that you have honest conversations about. That doesn't mean you always have to agree, but what I always say to our executives in Shell is that you always get there. Yeah? So yes, you've got to be maybe a little bit like the lioness, maybe sometimes, maybe some, but at the end of the day, it really, you always get there. And that is really super important. Also the support, because I've mentioned the Ministry of Mines and Energy, but also other ministries. When we did a back-to-back campaign, I mentioned it last year, it will be very difficult to find one country that I can immediately think of that would have been able to do what Namibia was able to do. We got the support from all different ministries, from 8 or 10 different ministries, and we got it in a matter of weeks. Also, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Ngombo, the previous executive director, who also played a critical role, and I have a lot of appreciation for what he has done and has done for the country as well. I really look forward, and I'm sure we all do, is like to strengthen the relationships that we have already. But not only that, what I've noticed is, compared to last year, probably half the folks in the room are new. Yeah, are faces that at least I haven't seen. The other half I do know. But that just tells you, like, this industry is moving. This is really moving. So let's make sure that we use the opportunity to build those relationships, but also the partnerships. And most important thing is, like, this has the potential, yeah, the oil and gas, but linked clearly with the whole renewables, the renewable industry. This has the potential to transform the Namibian economy. So let's make sure we do that, but that we always keep in mind that we do that for the benefit of the Namibian people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis, and also to you, Mr. Bryan. It is quite encouraging that we can see that we have the spirit of collaboration and storytelling, and that we are going to share our experiences for the better good of Namibia as well as our continent. I would like to make just one correction. I believe that I did not allocate the correct country to Mr. Palino Giromino. He is the Chief Executive Officer, National Oil and Gas Agency, Republic of Angola. I do apologize for that. Sir, you are welcome. We are now going to move on to the keynote address by Honorable Tom Aluendo. Thereafter, we are going to move to our conversation with him that will be run by Mr. Drill, Baby Drill, Mr. NJ Ayuk. So we are going to have a little bit of fun. I knew at least that will loosen us up a little bit. It is quite intimidating standing here and looking at everybody just looking and not smiling, not applauding in some of the key points that our delegates are making. So please, let's feel free. I've seen some of you yesterday, so I know we can be a little bit free as we are going to make this country of ours and this continent of ours great. So, sir, I would like to call you on stage. Thank you so much.
Let's see whether this works. Thank you very much, the MC, for giving me the floor. And I would like to start off by recognizing some of my colleagues, Minister Gabriel Lima, Minister of Economic Planning from the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I would like to recognize Honorable Niane, Vice Minister of Petroleum and Energy from Senegal. The Honorable Mesa, who's Deputy Minister of Energy and Petroleum from the Republic of Ghana. Dr. Farouk Ibrahim, our Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers. And also want to recognize Mr. Geronimo, who's the CEO of the National Oil and Gas Agency of Angola. And I would just would say good morning and welcome to the Namibia International Energy Conference 2023. Now, let me begin by expressing again my gratitude for Rich Africa, for Selma, for inviting me to make some remarks. Should I start calling you Lioness from now on? I guess that's what we talk about that. But we really want to acknowledge your exceptional leadership and unwavering dedication in expanding and enhancing the Namibian International Energy Conference, and year after year, and we are in the 5th year. I would also like to take a moment to thank all of you for making this trip to the land of the brave. As Dennis says, I think this year's turnout is much bigger than it was the previous year. It is indeed an interesting time for us as Namibians, for us as Africans, and I think, I dare say, for the developing world. Because we are faced with choices that will define the future of the rest of the world. And through engagements like this, we slowly oil the system so that it can gear us towards the right decisions. In other words, we are here to actually figure out what are the right decisions going forward. Now, I would like to use my keynote address today to take a helicopter view and highlight 4 critical issues that I trust this conference will address. I have seen the program, some of the things are there, but I'm going to demand that all of us are going to talk about these 4 issues. The first issue, ladies and gentlemen, is this. The global importance of energy requires careful attention, and as you agree, demonstrated by the current tensions in geopolitics. Issue number 2, Namibia and Africa as a whole are experiencing a severe shortage of energy, and it is crucial to utilize all our available natural resources to enhance the well-being of our populations. Issue 3, the recent oil discoveries in our country will only be beneficial if managed transparently and inclusively with a focus on local content and the involvement of the next generation. The 4th and last issue I would like us to really pay attention to is the need to be responsible custodian of a valuable resource and manage it sustainably for the present and the future generations as well. Now, the first issue is really all-encompassing, because by its very design, it requires us to apply it to every aspect of how we manage our resources. And for me, key here is the diligence. Diligence is really the key word. Energy, as we all know, is a crucial resource that affects the economic and social well-being of all countries around the world. And we need to understand the complexities of energy through the economic, the environmental, and political crisis we face today. Revealing, indeed, is really what is going on and what we should do in response to the crises we see around us. This is a critical time for our planet. that demands critical thinking. As we all know, we are a fossil-fueled economy, not only in Namibia, but globally. We are a fossil-fueled economy. And currently, cannot substitute that as quick as we think with renewables, like sometimes we want to think. We lack the minerals and materials that is needed for that energy transition. And even if we did have the materials and the minerals that is needed, I don't believe we do have the time and the money to do that as quickly as we think we can. And when it comes to the energy transition issues, I think all of us, we have made certain assumptions. We have made assumptions that someone out there has found a solution to the energy transitions, and everything is going to be fine. Everyone is referencing each other in a hall of mirrors without perhaps seriously looking into how to manage the energy transition. We cannot manage the energy transition issue in a simplistic manner, because that will be like, as I've seen, I think it was COP26 in Glasgow, it will be like having a hardcore environmentalist who made a statement and argued that we should stop mining globally completely, because mining is not helping us to do the energy transitions. And after he has made that statement, he climbs in his electric-powered vehicle, drive down the road, and buy a computer for himself, not realizing that the vehicle he's driving in, that computer he bought, need mining operations to continue. So we need to be very careful how we discuss the issue of energy transition. So we must decide between growth and degrowth when it comes to our economies. If we are going to grow our economies, as I think we have decided to, I think we all want to grow our economies, it means we are going to demand more energy. We are going to need more energy. Furthermore, the availability and access to energy sources are not evenly distributed, leading to geopolitical tensions among nations that we are witnessing today. It is essential, therefore, that we handle the energy issues with caution and care to prevent conflicts and ensure sustainable development. The current geopolitical tensions are a clear indication of the importance of giving due diligence to the energy issues. This brings me to the second issue, that of utilizing all available renewable energy resources. And according to the Energy Observatory Agency, on average, a solar power plant has been able to generate electricity for only 11% of a 365-day period, based on reported data, while wind power was online for 25% of the time during the same period. And in contrast, coal was online for 92% of the same period. So while there may be several factors that could have impacted these numbers suggest that many of our newer energy resources are not being fully utilized and are sitting idle for most of the time. That means that we need to do much more. Namibia and many other African countries face a significant energy deficit. In fact, when people tell Africans to say we need to embrace energy transitions, the question is always, what are we transiting from? Because we don't have the energy to transit from in the first place. So we have this energy deficit, and therefore really is more about energy poverty. And that limits our economic growth and also negatively affects the living standards of our citizens. And to address this issue, it's vital to make use of all available energy resources, including renewable, of course, and also non-renewable, in order for us to improve the livelihood of our people. Now, in our case, Namibia's green hydrogen ambition is an example of this, where we are embracing both. And in our energy basket, we aim for oil, we aim for gas, renewables, and all other resources in order for us to be able to feature. This also warrants us to look at new and mixed forms of financing. Because as I said, we might not have all the money, but we might have to look much deeper at how do we do these finances. And perhaps siding with the school of thought that thinks that sustainable financing must also include fossil fuels produced sustainably. We can find a way we can still produce fossil fuel, but do so in a more sustainable manner. This, ladies and gentlemen, means that there is a place for renewable technology in our system. It means we need to rather re-ask the questions and find the most realistic way in which we fit the current level of technology into the current energy demand structure, whilst balancing the people, the economy, and the planet. The third issue is about the impact on the person on the ground. In other words, how do we ensure that all Namibians, the ordinary Namibians, do benefit from the energy sector, especially now in our case, from the recent oil discovery. And by the person on the ground, I am not here referring to what sometimes we refer to the connected middleman who will approach investors with their family album instead of their CVs. I'm really instead here, ladies and gentlemen, referring to the deserving sons and daughters who might not have much, who might not have access, but they got something to offer. I'm talking about the impact of these oil and gas discoveries and how green hydrogen can benefit ordinary Namibians. I would also like us to remember that now that we have got all our investors, I want us also to remember that the partnership between state and investor is one of mutual agreement, which allows for parties to share risks and also to share rewards. Because when risk and reward is shared, then everyone benefits because it is in everybody's best interest for us to do well. We are to manage it in such a manner that we balance all the stakeholders' interests. What we cannot and must not, however, neglect is to ensure that the people's interests are taken care of. I have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that our recent oil discoveries can and must help us unlock industrial activities through the transfer of technology, more value addition in domestic supply sectors, the generation of indirect jobs along the supply chain, and the creation of business opportunities for entrepreneurs from local procurement. And again, I want to make a distinction between entrepreneurs and the others. It shall be a requirement when it comes to oil discovery. It shall be a requirement for the international oil companies, for our investors, to ensure that all the services that can immediately be provided by our local entrepreneurs are acquired from local entrepreneurs. And in cases where local entrepreneurs are not able to provide certain services, we will need to have a clear program as to how to capacitate local entrepreneurs. And this can be done in various ways. For example, it can be done through joint ventures with experienced international service providers, but the purpose will be to capacitate our local entrepreneurs. But that can also only happen if you do have real entrepreneurs. Now, here I'm referring to local content, and while local content policies have the potential to stimulate broad-based economic development, I am also aware that the results have been mixed across the world when it comes to local content. Because it's one thing to have a local content policy in place, but it's another how to have that local content being implemented. I am also equally aware that designing a local content policy is complex and that each local content policy must reflect the realities and priorities of the countries in question. We are going to have a stakeholder workshop with all the interested parties when it comes to our design of our local content, and I think it's going to be on the 11th and the 12th of May, and some of you might already have been invited, because we want to make sure that that local content is really something that can help to unlock economic growth. The fourth and last final issue is about calling upon all of us to be good stewards of these important resources. And notably, these discoveries have been made in the era of re-imaging, which provides the framework for us to re-image our socio-economic landscape in ways that benefit Namibians in the present and the future. This, ladies and gentlemen, means that our management and the exploitation of natural resources cannot continue business as usual. We need to manage the resources with a clear understanding that the resources and the benefits derived from these resources belong not only to us today, but it equally belongs to the future generation. We thus need to incorporate the problems of tomorrow's in today's policy so that we ensure that those whose blood watered our freedom did not do so in vain, and we are taking good care of these resources. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to really directly address Namibia's energy issues by shaping the future of energy towards value creation through uniting all of us as stakeholders with a common agenda and facilitating large-scale energy developments and investment across renewable and natural gas power generation sectors. Ours for the next few days is to consider how we should critically think about how to navigate these severe energy shortages in the country and also on our continent. It is for us to ensure that we have a framework for the Namibian on the ground to benefit from the oil and gas discoveries and also from the renewable boom. It is to guarantee that we are responsible custodians of a valuable resource and that we are going to manage sustainably for the present and the future generation. The Namibia International Energy Conference has assembled and given us this platform where we can network, facilitate productive deals, and I hope we're going to sign some deals before we leave, also to attract critical foreign capital and drive Namibian energy growth. We need that foreign investment to come into our countries, as long as that is going to be a mutual beneficial relationship that we are going to form with our investors. I just want to conclude to say, those of you who are here for the first time, and you are only here for the conference, I would want to encourage you to stay much longer, and if you are on the 2 or 3 days visa, I think Brian already did say that he is going to speak his counterpart at Home Affairs to extend your visas for as long as you want to stay. Once again, I want to welcome all of you, and I hope we are going to have a fruitful discussion, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're going to have a discussion with the Honorable Minister, and I certainly won't be talking about drilling. If you want to drill, you can drill. Minister, I know you will have to run. I have about 50 questions, but let's see if we can go through 5. And can you update us on where you stand with the green hydrogen project? I know everybody wants to think I would start with oil, but let's talk about green hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yes, as I did say in my remarks, we are not only embracing hydrocarbons, we are also embracing renewable energy. And over the last year and a half, we have embarked upon this ambitious program actually to develop green hydrogen. And the only reason why we did that, again, is to use our natural resources that we have got in terms of solar, in terms of wind, and the wide space where we need to develop these assets. So we have gone out on the international RFP to request potential investors that who can invest with us. And then last year we have actually contracted with a company called Hyphen, and we are now busy discussing and negotiating how we are going to implement this. So we have gone a long way with this project. In fact, if everything goes as planned, we should be able to actually develop or produce green hydrogen molecules as early as 2026, 2027. So we've gone very, very far. And I think what makes us proud of this is to say, when people talk about they want to reach net zero by 2030 or by 2050, in fact, Namibia is probably going to reach net zero much, much faster. Because if suddenly we are producing green hydrogen that is needed by everybody else, the hydrocarbons, the fossil fuel that we are producing is so minuscule in terms of what it is we are doing. So we are probably going to be the first country that's going to reach net zeros. And therefore, we would, again, I know most of the investors here are probably more interested in hydrocarbons, but certainly I think that's another area I think it's available for investors to get into our renewable space.
But Minister, you're talking about getting to the first molecules around 26, 27. Is there some kind of domestic set aside where you're going to see maybe green ammonia or some kind of low carbon ammonia being used to really grow the Namibian economy, or is it just going to be for export purposes?
Yeah. That's, again, very important. One of the reasons I think it was Brian who mentioned the fact that Africa has been, for the longest time, Africa has been a continent with all the minerals, except that might not have really benefited the African as much as it could have. And I think one of the reasons is that all these resources normally would have been mined and exported out without really being used by the Africans themselves. And I think for us it's a high time that we really start to think about how do we then also utilize these resources. How do we make sure then that there's value added on these resources before they are exported? How do we make sure then that if we are going to go have green hydrogen, which are also going to actually have ammonia, why not use that as a resource and actually create fertilizers, for example? Africa is supposed to be an agricultural continent as well. So if you got this resource can actually even help your agricultural sector to grow much faster, to be more dynamic, why not actually use that resource instead of only actually exporting it? And therefore, the answer is yes. Our ambition is not only to export, but also to make sure that this resource is actually used not only in the country, but also in the region. And we have already started talking to our regional partners, our neighbors, to say, how do they become part of this green hydrogen? Not only in terms of offtake, but also in terms of them getting part of the investors in that space. So yes, we intend to make sure that at least we also use this resource for our own use and not only for export purposes. You mentioned in your speech the issue about having a local content policy forum on the 11th and 12th of May. Will with local content on the green hydrogen projects, would that policy encompass all of the above, or it's going to be separate for oil and natural gas and then separate for green hydrogen? It's going to be encompassing. It might have started off as, there's an oil discoveries and therefore we need to have local content, it's new industries. But it happens at the very same time when we're also talking about green hydrogen. And therefore, it's going to be a local content policy that's not only talking about the oil and gas, but which actually talk about our natural resources. Namibia has got a lot of mining minerals that we also mine. And we also don't have a clear local content policy for those minerals as well. And therefore, this local content, as it might have started off only for looking at oil and gas, but it's really going to be an all-encompassing local content policy to make sure that all our natural resources are really exploited in such a manner that they can benefit as much as possible the local Namibians, the local economy, so at least we can get maximum benefit out of these resources. And then, as I said, I really hope that those who are invited, as I said, especially the ones outside Namibia, some of our investors, it's very important for you to also be part of that discussion, so at least by the time this local content policy is agreed upon, you are going to be some of those partners, and therefore you might as well be in a position to understand where we are coming from, because you are going to be part of the implementers of that policies. So I really would like to those who did not get an invitation already, to actually join us on the 11th and the 12th of May, so that at least you can get it right from the beginning.
You've seen some tremendous discoveries around the Orange Basin. Total Energies, Shell, Dennis was here, he didn't tell us anything. Dennis is probably like one of the greatest politicians. Guy gives a whole speech and then doesn't really talk about any numbers. But that's okay, Dennis. We'll talk later. But you've talked about a policy of accelerated development. What does that really mean in the context of saying, how is your ministry or your government going to support Dennis and his colleagues on Total Energies in order to fast track or get production on stream at a pace that it is sustainable and acceptable by both government and industry?
There are two ways you can do this. First, on how do we make sure then that what is there is done in an orderly manner, is done quickly. I think, as Dennis have said, one thing that counts in our favor, our turnaround time is quite quick. It is quick simply because our legislation as we have, we got an open licensing system. But I think over the time, because we've been actually doing this quite, for the longest time, trying to get investors to do that. But what counts in our favor is when we have got investors, when we have agreed to do something, our turnaround system is very, very short. And it's very short because what we tell our investors is that if you come to us, we will tell you what you need to have. And as long as you give us what we have asked you to give, we are going to make sure that we process whatever you need to process as quick as possible. And that, I think, it helps the system to go much faster. And that's what we continue to want to do. You have mentioned, for example, the discovery, which is all in the Orange Basin. And probably everybody's now focusing on the Orange Basin. Mm-hmm. I would also like just to inform potential investors to say, I think we have got a vast area where hydrocarbon is likely to be present, and therefore I don't want us to only concentrate on the Orange Basin because that's where the discovery was. I guess if there wasn't a discovery, we'd probably be also looking somewhere else. So please, don't take your eyes off on the other areas. We've got the Rivers Basin, we've got the Walvis Bay basins, and there are still available blocks that can be explored. And
Minister, are you saying that you are going to have an open licensing regime where you would issue out more licenses to some of the investors here?
Yeah, what I'm saying is we would like to issue as many licenses as possible.
Gil, do you have your application ready?
So if you got your application ready right now, I can actually look at the application already.
Where's Gavin? Write that check.
and look at that. So we would really want to have as many investors as possible, but not only to concentrate in one area, because as I said, we've got a vast area where potentially there's still hydrocarbons, and that's what we want to encourage people to look at it. But as all what we can guarantee is that, our system is such that, if you really given us what we have asked, we are going to make sure that we work as quick as possible to give you a response on what you've actually asked to do, whether we are going to give you the license or there are still issues that we cannot, for reason why we can't give you a license. So I actually encourage all of us to look at all the other areas.
Minister, I know you have to go, but I think you have colleagues here from other African countries, and there's been a big discussion of what you call the Namibian miracle. How have you been able to stabilize regulatory framework and fiscal incentives to encourage exploration? What lessons have you learned as a minister, as a country, that you could say could translate to how we embrace this industry going forward?
Being the new kid on the block when it comes to this nascent industry, obviously you want to avoid certain mistake. There are better ways to do things. There are probably not so much good way to do things. And for us, we are lucky in such that we do have other countries, other African brothers, who have done that already. And what we have decided to do is to really have a more collaborative efforts to learn from the others, to make sure that we do not do the things which we shouldn't be doing, because they've been there. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel. Our neighbor Angola, of course, we've been there a couple of times. They've been in the industry for much longer. They've been there for much longer, even in terms of local contents. We have got our partners in the Equatorial Guineas. In fact, with the Equatorial Guineas, last year, for example, we did attach some of our young people actually to study some of the things they are doing. In that way, I think we also then accelerate what we needed to do. In terms of incentive, as I say, I think our legislation framework is probably such that it's already an incentive in itself. So we do not really think that we need to have extra incentive, but of course, as we go on, if we think that there's something which we need to do more in terms of encouraging or incentivizing our partners, our investors, obviously that's what we're going to do. Because one thing again in Namibia, we believe in sitting around the table and discussing. And not always that we are going to be agreeing, but we will discuss. As long as we put all our cards on the table, we discuss and find the best way. And I also have been telling my investors sometimes, I see investors who come to our offices and then they say, oh, Minister, we are here because we want to help you. Please, as investors, don't come to help me. Don't come here because you want to help me. You probably coming here because you want to do business. I want to do business with you. I don't want you to help me. We need to do business. And therefore, when we discuss around that we are doing business, I think we put everything on the table, we discuss, and we find that it goes quicker. And we also realize that we're actually going to, probably, the outcome is going to be a much more mutually beneficial outcome than when one partner says, I'm here to help you, and then the other one must receive the help. So let's just be clear. We are not, okay, well, maybe we're helping each other, but it's not in a way that I'm being helped. So we're going to discuss that, and if there are really incentives that we might have to think about, which comes as a result of our discussions, certainly we're going to look at that.
Minister, you're right. You don't need aid. You need free market capitalism and some drilling. I think that's better than help. Last two questions. A lot of service companies are in the room, and they are thinking they are going to be the biggest job creators. How do you plan to engage service companies, international ones, to work with Namibians and maybe find ways to see that you create more jobs with them? Are they going to be a part and center of the field development plans and job creations that you're looking at?
Yeah, certainly. I think especially the service providers to the oil industry, they probably going to be the most important partners that we need to embrace in terms of job creations.
Where's Joa from Schlumberger? He's hiding somewhere.
Yeah, I see some
and
of
the
them.
guy from
Yeah,
Technip
yes,
Energies.
Yeah.
You're right here.
Yeah, so Joa he's listening very well. Schlumberger is listening very well. So in terms of, because this is all about as I was saying, the services that will be provided to the oil industry. In most of the time, it's probably not Shell, the operator, or Total Energy, the operators. It will be their service providers. And given the complexity of this industry, we would understand that you probably would not have a lot of companies that can provide some of these services. There are very few of those. And those few ones that are going to be the one to provide the service to the oil industry. Those I was saying to say, look, we need to sit in the room and agree to say the service that you are going to be providing, to what extent will that also then help us to create the jobs? How do we make sure that we do train the Namibians? Because again, this is a new industry and therefore we need to also prepare ourselves for the skills development. What will be the role, not only probably of the oil NOC, but equally of the service provider? What role would they play in terms of capacitating the Namibians who need them to have this job? You know, some of the job, of course, will be not that complex, but there will be some of those that are complex that will really need to have a clear capacity building program that I hope that the service provider and also the operators will be part of that. And in fact, we are also thinking that, you know, after the local economic policy workshop that we are going to have, to which we have also invited some of the service providers, at some stage we also want to have all the service providers, I mean, usually they're already identified, to have in the same room to say, now that the local economic policy is being this, what is your role in this? So certainly they will be part of that.
Minister, last question. There has been, I think someone asked me yesterday about the global climate we see right now with energy transition and climate change. I think in your speech you clearly stated your position on producing both. Are we going to see Namibia continue in this drive towards producing renewables at the same time encouraging hydrocarbon development? Is that going to be a message that we're going to see your ministry and your government driving, especially with investors?
Yeah, exactly. But what is actually also good, you know, in the last...
I have to ask that question because there's some people who will be very angry if I don't ask that.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the energy transition discussion, things might have changed a little bit. A year ago, maybe 2 years ago, we all thought that we had, this is a linear discussion, it's straightforward. You're just going to move from this to that. We all have our NDCs. By the year 2030, we are going to have this. Some say by 2050, we're going to have that. But I think the energy crisis that we have experienced over the last year and a half has actually demonstrated to all of us to say the discussion around energy transition is not really a straightforward one. It's not a linear discussion. It's a discussion that we're probably going to have, you know, you go one step and you stop and you learn as you go. And those who thought that we are going to discontinue with fossil fuel, just like, you know, agree this time and then we're going to do that. I think they also start to rethink their way of thinking how this is going to happen. For us, as I was saying, as Namibia, we embrace both. We understand that climate change is for real. It's not something that's made up, that's for sure. But we are just saying, in fact, maybe before I go that, 2 years ago, for example, when I was again at COP26, and people say, yeah, but Africans, actually, you are the one, you should do this fast. Because as you know, Africa as a continent, that's probably the most afflicted by climate change, or the floods, or the droughts. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, but it's not that Africans have created that. That what's happening on Africa continent is not by the Africans, especially just because if you pollute the climate, it affects everybody. It doesn't matter where it was. But that have changed now to say there's a better way to do this. And that's why for us, we again just telling investors to say we embrace both, because we believe that, for example, when it comes to fossil fuel, when we do this right, like we intend to do, when we do this right, it's really going also to help us to do the energy transition, because this is a much more longer term. It will really put us in a better economic position to be able then to embrace what we do. But in the meantime, we're doing it at the same time, not only helping ourselves, but also helping others who are also going to need to do the transition maybe quicker than some others. And therefore, Namibia will be the place to go if you want to actually invest in both.
Minister, this is going to be, we know you, we're very, very thankful for your time. We know you have.
But you said it was the last one. I don't know why you want to ask again.
It's a lawyer trick.
So you're a lawyer, I ask you this question, but then you answer the other question.
So as part of your closing, the Namibian petroleum operators, their leader actually is driving the Kudu gas project. Is there a chance they're looking at 2026? Is there a chance that, are you engaging with the South African authorities to see maybe you get some kind of cross-border agreement in order to move gas? And what would happen if the unfortunate happens, not being able to receive power from South Africa, 1 to 200 megawatts? Is Namibia going to be okay? And it's like 3 questions. He said that it's the last, so I put 3 in 1. It's like buy one, get one free.
Do we have anybody from South Africa here?
They're hiding somewhere. Where's Sophie?
I just want to know that I don't say things which, like load shedding, like, I don't want to say that. NJ, I think the issue for the Kudu gas, I think most of you have heard about the Kudu gas. I mean, this is a gas resource that was established way back in the 70s. And I think the reason why Kudu has probably not really developed up to now, it's really the economics of it. It's really just the economics of it. If you do have a resource, obviously you can only exploit it and actually monetize it, based also on the cost of extracting this. But I think now the economics of Kudu have changed. Not only because of our realization that energy poverty is real, and we all need this. We have to have gas to power, and why not use the resource that we have got? But also with the recent discovery in the Orange Basins, both the Total and Shell, there's also a lot of associated gas. That in itself have started to change the economics narrative of the Kudu gas. And therefore, currently with the current operator, our partner BW Kudu, I think we do realize now the economy is much more viable, and therefore we are pushing when we are going forward that this can happen. Yes, we are in discussion with our neighbor South Africa, because if they participate in this, it will also just make it much more viable.
Are we going to have a deal next month?
Yeah, we're going to have a deal much. In fact, I was just talking to my counterpart, Gwende Mantashe. Just tell him to say I mentioned him, so that that we are going to have this. Because as I say now, just imagine suddenly now, because you only have got Kudu gas, the other gas, for example, for Total, is actually in the same vicinities. Just imagine if you can actually combine all this gas resource in that area. Suddenly, your energy, gas to power become a much easier project to do. And that's really what we intend to do. And that's why I think, as I said, there's a renewed positivity about the viability of Kudu, and we are pushing to make sure that they actually get developed.
Minister, you've been so gracious with your time. We thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister Iwendo, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I know you got to run now.
Thank you so much. Minister, before you leave, can I please ask for your help? I'm not like those investors. I'm not here to help you. I would like us, before you go, I want you to please help me so we can have a photo with the ministerial panel before you leave. If you can kindly please just stand here. Mr. Anyu, you can still remain there. Good ministers, if you can quickly please, my photographers, please help me to do this quickly so we can let minister go.
She wants to help me. I was just please don't help me. How can I help her?
Please, quickly, then we can then set up. The guys can set up. Yes, they're doing that quickly. Salma, if you may please join the minister as well. Quickly over there. Sir.
Immediately after the session, because I have to run.
Okay, sir. Okay, cool. Okay. Go there. Great. Thank you so much, good people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go into our next panel. This is a panel that is going to be, once again, moderated by NJ, Shaping the Future of Energy Towards Value Creation. So we are just going to get a few more chairs. My good ministers, if you could still remain here, because this is a panel that we are going to be on. I really appreciate it. Just to follow up on what Minister Tom has said about the local content workshop that's coming up on the 11th to the 12th, you already have the invitation by Mr. Brian that we can stay longer. So let's make use of that so we can be able to participate in the workshop that is coming up. The date, again, is the 11th to the 12th of May, and we are all invited. But now we didn't include Gabriel. I'll leave this with you. Gentlemen, if you could please make our way back. Ladies and gentlemen outside, if we may please make our way back. We are about to start with our first panel discussion for the day. We are having a ministerial panel that will be moderated by NJ Ayuk. Could you kindly make your way back to the session? Please don't make me call you by name. Franz, please come in. Please come in, sir, and take a seat. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but we are trying to make up for that time. So your cooperation in making sure that we get settled and we can start with our panel discussions will be really, really appreciated. NJ, I'll give it over to you.
Thank you. Once again, I want to thank the organizers of this conference, Selma. It is a great testament of your work to bring all these ministers to Namibia, but also to have a discussion on energy. And I am honored to be part of this discussion with you. So we thank you. We thank you for a great organization. Thank you. I promised I would not start this next discussion with a question on green hydrogen, because these people on stage, I don't think any one of them knows what is green hydrogen. So it would make them look so bad. So I would start. Where's Dr. Farouk?
He's behind you. Oh.
Then entrance. Where have you been?
I want to see the minister. Thank you, first. Madam.
Oh, he's going to start.
Magishino, the Petroleum Commissioner at the Ministry of Mines and Energy, has joined the panel representing the Honorable Minister, who is out for cabinet duties. And Maggie, we would start with you. Picking up from the dialogue with the Minister, and a big, excuse me, can you guys outside please either cut the noise or you could leave? You all didn't pay enough money to disrupt this thing. Come on. Richard, come on in. We like you. You got so much money, you could come on in. That's what happens when traders come in the room. They change the narrative. Maggie, the minister had a discussion where he said Namibia is going to be opening more licenses. Can you please drive more on that as you're seeing investors that are now looking at Namibia? What new licenses would you be looking at maybe this year or next year?
Okay. Now, thank you very much, and good morning to you all. Being the only one on the stage who is not a politician, I advise you to take everything that they are going to say with a pinch of salt. But being the Namibian woman, I will lead this pack and take the conversation into what is expected. We are here to shape the energy future for Namibia. And indeed, with the discoveries that we have had since February 2022, we have maintained or have made a decision as a country that we keep our licensing regime the way it has been. Simply not because we are afraid of change or we are unable to change, but simply because we have a system that has served us and that we know that will continue to serve us as a country. So with an open licensing regime that we have had, we are going to maintain it. And currently, the doors are open, as the minister has said, in terms of receiving applications for exploration. But allow me to paint for you a picture in terms of what is available in Namibia. We have managed to unlock the potential of the Orange Basin. And I know the hype is around the discoveries that we just made, the oil discovery, but we have the first well that was ever drilled in Namibia in 1974 already de-risked and unlocked the Orange Basin with the Kudu discoveries. So we are aware of the resources and where they are within the Orange Basin. But what you need to know is that the potential in terms of the prospectivity of the entire Namibian coastline is vast and it's really underexplored. What we have now, we have within the Orange Basin, we are aware of the potential. We have de-risked the deep water. We have de-risked the ultra deep water. And the ultra deep water, with the data that we are having, we are seeing the prospectivity and the play that we are seeing continues to move upward, going to the north of Namibia. The prospectivity that we are seeing similar play to the Venus, similar play to the Graphite, similar play to the Yonka discoveries along the whole entire ultra deep water. When you move into the Lüderitz Basin, what you are seeing is that the number of prospects that we are seeing that are ranging from shallow water to deep water is extending. And it's the same signature that we are seeing in the Valves, and it's the same signature that we are seeing in the Namib Basin. I think with the Namib Basin, the collaboration that we are having and the data that we are also seeing, I'm sure ExxonMobil will be able to provide more information on the side of Angola and the side of Namibia, shows that there is indeed a number of prospects that are waiting for us to be able to drop their bit. As you have said, we need to drill, baby drill, baby drill. And once we have done that with the Angolan side, we are going to see the data, how it comes through. But the same signature is also what we are seeing on the Namibian side of the Namib Basin. Within the Valves Basin, and I think before the volcanics have sent us on a goose hunt chase in Namibia, we have been drilling wells that with a signature that look like something else, but indeed it was volcanics. But now with the information that we have from the Venus and the graph prospectivity, we can then be able to de-risk this prospect as we have them both in the Orange, both in the Lüderitz, in the Valves, in the Namib. But again, the number of plays that we are seeing onshore Namibia, especially in the Ovambo Basin, the work that is being done by Recon Africa shows that at least three types of plays, new plays that haven't been tested, we are seeing them there. And because of that, we are remaining open to be able to receive new application, to be able to have the innovation and the technological advancement that we didn't have before, together with the information that we have.
Let me push you on this. Do you have ready data available for people to visit data rooms?
Yeah. Namibia, as much as it's a long coastline, it's one of the countries that before we had oil, we have invested so much heavily into data acquisition. When you move across the whole entire margin, we have acquired extensive amount of 2D and 3D data. We also, as a Namibian government, we have made an investment way before in terms of gravimetric and magnetic data that we have readily available for investors. So these data, we have them ready. Namco, as our national oil company, is a data custodian of all the petroleum data. And our management system is that these data, as soon as they move out of the proprietary environment, they become public, going to the public domain. And they are available for everybody out here to be able to license, so that we do not believe in reinventing the wheel. You have to continue from where others have left off, bring your technology, bring your innovation, and we take the position forward. So
in a sense, that gets to fast track some of the exploration programs.
Definitely, definitely.
Dr. Farouk, as a Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, you have seen across, not just with the position you have, but across the continent, with energy development. If you turn around, look at Maggie and the Namibian energy sector or oil sector, what lessons learned would you like to share, and what advice would you like to advise on this time where they're going from discoveries into first oil, and also dealing with a climate that calls for sustainable oil and gas production?
Thank you very much, NJ. I think sometimes, in fact, most times, it's a blessing not to be the first. And I think the Minister Tamal Window made allusion to that, that look, when you're not the first, you will learn from the mistakes of others. And I think this is what Namibia is really benefiting from in terms of the experiences that others have had, which are not palatable, and they want to avoid it as much as possible. And there are a number of countries that they can learn from in terms of what they did wrong and what should be avoided and what should be done right. But more importantly, I think, is that in the last 10 years, less than 10 years, particularly since COP21, since the signing of the Paris Climate Agreement, and when energy transition really became a big issue, there has been some reawakening on the African continent about our previous thinking that as countries we can go solo in the development of our oil and gas industry. Since the reform of APA, from APA to APO, there is this gradual belief that, look, no one African country can make it successfully in the oil and gas industry without collaboration and integration and cooperation amongst us. And here I want to say that APO has really provided the leadership. Last year, I was here, and I think between last year and today, APO has done a lot, not just in terms of talking. We have been able to go very far in establishing, for the first time, an African energy bank between us and Afri-Exim Bank. Second, we realized that the other challenge we face is capacity building, particularly for countries, newcomers like Namibia. As I said yesterday in one of the sessions, you are lucky and you therefore don't need to put all your resources into doing things that others have done. And our industry is a very capital-intensive industry. You don't need to create institutions of research, etc., that others have done at the highest level. At the lower and middle level, please create as many institutions so that Namibians can do the work. But when it comes to the research and others, we are working towards establishing what we call centers of regional excellence in the various fields of the industry, upstream, midstream, and downstream. Between the last NIEC and this one, the Secretariat has toured institutions, research centers, and innovation centers in oil and gas in many of our member countries, those that told us, look, we have something for you to come and see. We've gone to Equatorial Guinea, we've gone to Egypt, we've gone to Algeria, we went to Nigeria, we went to Angola, we went to Cote d'Ivoire, etc. We are working towards identifying in these countries the institutions that are good enough and need just a little upgrading to be seen as regional centers of excellence, so that if a country like Namibia wants to send its staff for higher training, you can just send them to these centers. Because America and Europe are closing down their institutions of oil and gas. You don't want to wake up one day, you have the natural gas, you have the oil, but the institutions that have made progress in the industry are closing down. We believe that there are many Africans in the diaspora that will be ready to come back to Africa to contribute. We believe there are many experts who are also Europeans and Americans that have spent the whole of their lives in that industry that will be willing to come to Africa to help us, because the environment in which they have grown and have been working is not conducive for this anymore. So these are things that I believe by coming together, working together, Africa will be able to help those that are coming on board as new partners.
Dr. Farouk, let me remind you, we were told this morning by the minister to avoid the word help. You know, so let's stay away from the word help. Let's just keep it business. And I would like to switch over to His Excellency Paulino Geronimo from Angola. Maggie had a discussion about the Namibia Basin. We heard in the news Exxon Mobil is looking at massive exploration campaigns in that area, and also your collaboration with Namibia. Can you please update us on that and how Angola expects to work very closely with its Namibian partners to drive exploration, drive exchange, transfer of technology and exchange in the industry to ensure that they are very successful in this country?
Okay, thank you for the question. We had already been in contact with the Namibian authority related to our cooperation. We had just a meeting on Monday to discuss about a memorandum that we are supposed to sign between ourselves. And let's say that based on our experience, because Angola has been producing oil since the late of 50s, right now we are producing around 1.1 million barrels, and we have a long experience. And what we need to pass to the Namibian counterpart is not only the good experience, it's also the errors that we made, to avoid them to repeat some errors, because errors cost money. And what we like to pass is the possibility of the Namibian counterpart avoid this kind of errors. You know that we share a big frontier. Right now, we are, as mentioned by NJ, we are doing exploration on Namibia Basin. Exxon, Total, ENI, and Sonangol, they have concessions there. We are shooting Simon, and we be drilling very soon wells there. And for sure, our expectation is to share part of this information with our Namibian counterpart in order to help. But besides this, our discussions also concentrate on our experience on local content. You know that the local content is not the revenue of oil is not only selling the barrel of oil. It has to be something else. The revenue of oil has to come from service that the local company can provide to the oil industry. I have an example. Some years ago, we had a conference in Luanda where we had the Sub-Secretary of United Nations for the Development, and he mentioned, say, guys, the revenue of oil is not only selling the barrels of oil, is also giving service. And he gave us a good example. In Angola, we are still importing, at that time, tomatoes and eggs to send to the platform. Where are your agricultures? Why you cannot produce tomatoes and eggs here to send to the platform? This is just a simple example of how can, using our experience, passing this experience to not only to Namibia, but there is one thing that is lacking, that I see that is lacking is not only related to Namibia, but related to Africa as a whole. I was just mentioned to Farouk Ibrahim that we have a forum where the companies that produce oil have a seat. Where is the forum where the regulators have a seat? We have the regulators. The first cooperation that we have to do is about the regulation, to share experience on regulation. I have been since 2019 the CEO of the regulator in Angola, and I never sat in one of these forums. For me, it means that the forum doesn't exist, and we need to create this forum for the regulation in order to cooperate not only with Namibia, but to cooperate with other countries. Because if you compare the map of Africa 30 years ago with today, you will see that 30 years ago in West Coast, we had just Nigeria, Gabon, Congo, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea started at that time discovering and producing oil. Now, from Morocco, going around, going to Somalia and Kenya, all the countries discovered oil. All the countries have regulators. Where is the forum where the regulators can sit?
Honorable Paulino, you had that noise, right, when you were speaking?
Yeah.
I think when you start talking about more regulation,
exactly,
the audience started making a lot of noise. You're that's not jiving. But when you talk about regulation in an industry that is already being put under a lot of pressure, are you looking at regulations to encourage investment, regulations to encourage drilling? I know Angola, really, you changed the game with the ANPG, and you saw more success and you saw marginal plays. Is it that kind of regulation, or are you looking at regulations to kick people like me out?
No, it's not kick you people like you out, but to give the necessary incentives in order to develop the industry. Let me give you the example of Angola. We have been producing, as I mentioned, since the latest 50s, and we reached the production of 1.9 million barrels in 2008. Then we went in decline. First a soft decline, then a steep decline. Means that we had to do something in order to incentivize the companies, for not only for new companies, but to give incentives to existing companies in order for them to invest more. We recently ordered a competitive study to compare our terms with other countries. Why? Because we know that we are dealing with the multinationals. And Exxon, Shell, Total, all those companies will not pay, will not put money because they like our face. No. They will put money because they will calculate how much the return that they get from each dollar that they invest. Means that we need really to compare it to others and see what are others offering in order to be competitive. Let me give you an example of Exxon. We had a service agreement with Exxon, risk service agreement with Exxon, in order to develop the Namib Basin. At the beginning, when we signed it, I told Exxon, guys, I don't believe that with these terms we'll be able to drill wells on this basin. Later on, 3 years later, they came back saying, guys, you are right. With these terms, we are not competitive. What to do? The thing that is to do, we need to give the necessary incentives in order for Exxon to drill well. The solution is not Exxon to pay the penalty and go away. No. I am not the regulator to get the penalty. I am the regulator to get investments. This is most important for us.
That is very good.
Yeah. In other hand, Angola is a mature producing country. But when you see in all the contracts, we face one problem, that right now in most of fields, 80% of the profit oil belongs to the state, and only 20% belongs to the investors. How can you solve the problem? How can we incentivize the companies to invest more if they are getting just 20% of share. This is historical because at the beginning they had 80% and we had 20%. But anyway, right now, this is the reality. We have 80% and they have 20%. And in name of stability, we have to keep as it is. But we can give incentives for the companies that produce more than expected. For example, normally we have one agreement with the companies in order the production profile, the provisional production profile for 15, 20 years. If they produce above this profile, the split has not to be 80-20.
Honorable Paulino, I would have to cut you.
Good.
That's the good thing about doing this job. That's why I stay very far away from you guys, because I won't take a punch.
Okay.
But I want to bring in Cheknian from Senegal. New country. You're going to see first oil and first gas this year. What lessons do you think that recent journey that Senegal has taken can Namibia learn from that journey? But also something unique that you have is you're also working on a cross-border gas project with BP and Cosmos. Can you also share lessons on that and how Namibia and how that could be applied to maybe Namibia and Angola, where there might be potential for some cross-border collaboration on that?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, NJ, for this question. I'm very happy to be here. As you know, in Senegal, we have a high-class discovery for oil and gas. First gas end of this year, and first oil also. We have around, in terms of potential, more than 900 billion cubic feet of gas, which makes us as a fifth African country in terms of gas potential. And this should change drastically, the economy of the country, because what we plan to do with this is to do gas to power, because actually in Senegal we have our mix is mainly based in HFO. We have around 80% of the mix based on HFO and around 20 to 30% renewable. And now we are working on this, even in our NDC. We assume that we will continue to drill and also to explore all our potential in terms of gas and also in oil. And like he was mentioning, so we have this cross-border project with Mauritania because we are sharing this GTA project with BP and Cosmos. And in terms of management of this project, this should be managed in a higher level of this country. Because since the beginning, our President Excellency Macky Sall, and the President of Mauritania was leading this project. And we have what we call an intercommittee between our two countries, leading by the President, the different ministry in charge of finance, in charge of economy, and also all related to the fishermen, because in these borders there's a lot of fisheries, and we manage all the issues together. And in all the steps of the project, Senegal and Mauritania sit in the tables discussing with partners. So this was managed in a higher level in our country. And I think this is a very good example of interrelationship between the government and also the state to manage this kind of high-level project.
But how have you guys been able to manage local content on the Saguma project, which is an oil project?
Yeah.
I mean, Namibia is probably going to be seeing something similar to that.
Yeah.
But you've been able to increase local content as you go. Yeah. How has that been possible?
Yeah, for the local contents, we do benchmarking in many of the African countries that are already doing oil and gas projects. Mainly, we was in Nigeria, we was in Ghana, and we saw all the different processes, and we implement a law in local content. We did not wait to have the oil and gas production to implement a law. So we have this law that enable the local Senegalese people to invest in the oil and gas sector, and mainly in the whole value chain, even to have a kind of joint venture with a major, even in the drilling and so on. So we implement this law. We implement also another law on revenue sharing. We did not wait to have this oil and gas to have this. And I think what Minister Gabriel even was mentioning this morning is the cooperation between the countries. So we need to learn to the other countries, each other, what the countries done, good and bad. And also I think Dr. Farid was mentioning this, that's the good part of not being the first. So, so we will see what the country is doing and try to do our best learning about that. And so this law is now implementing even the decrees, and now the Senegal is ready for the oil and gas production, and also pushing our local private sector to move on this oil and gas, and also to learn from other countries. So this is how we do it.
Honorable Mesa, coming to you, Ghana actually fast-tracked its development of the Jubilee field in record time. Yes, some mistakes were made, but they got first oil in 3.5 years. Can you take us through that journey on fast-tracking or accelerating field developments, and at the same time driving up local content, where you have basically about 70 to 80% Ghanaians involved in the industry, and still being able to balance regulations to not be able to stop investments from coming into the industry?
Well, thank you. I guess that we're able to do that fast-track development of our Jubilee field production because of the collaborative environment that we had created between our regulators and, of course, the IOCs who were participating in the field. And so that clearly helped in moving the process forward. Of course, at the very outset, there were very limited Ghanaians in the space, albeit the fact that GNPC, our national oil company, had a lot of capacity that they had developed over the years. But I believe that it's as a result of the regulation that we put in, which then looked at local content in 3 levels, okay? On the level of Ghanaian equity participation, on the level of Ghanaian goods and services, and also on the level of Ghanaian employment creation. And so what we sought to do was to roll out what we call the Accelerated Oil and Gas Capacity Building Program, which led to escalating the training of Ghanaian personnel in upstream.
Is it the Ghanaian government that implemented that, or it was a collaboration between the government and the IOCs?
That was purely government-driven. The local content AOGC program was purely government-driven, which then led to an increase in Ghanaian participation. Of course, the IOCs themselves recognized the need to abide by the rules that were in place. And so they trained a lot of Ghanaians, some of whom are here. I met one yesterday I've known before in Ghana, but he gave me more insights in the kind of work that Talo especially did in bringing Ghanaian capacity up to speed.
Is that guy called Riverson?
Well, Riverson is on the gas side. There's another gentleman over there. He's raised his hand. He worked in Talo for the longest. He's now with Eka Energy, which is also working to bring up their field development program, you know, on a fast and accelerated pace. And so that's what we did.
Thank you, sir. Minister Gabriel, you are Minister of Economic Planning. Can you just tell us all the fuck up you guys did in EG?
Well, NJ,
and when does diversification start?
Thank you for that question. Now, first of all, I want to start congratulating, even though she's not here, Leonis Selma. She's there, she's hiding. And I want to congratulate her and congratulate all the team, because I was here last year and I saw what they did and I thought it was great. We were actually 3 ministers, Minister of course, Namibia, Equatorial Guinea, and Zambia. And this year we see that we have many more representatives from Angola, Ghana, Senegal, even I would say Nigeria, because our Secretary General knows a lot about Nigeria. But this is very important, and I want to reiterate it to the team that to be able to bring teams like this is going to be extremely important for Namibia. And I will encourage you to make sure that you have that mix. I'll tell you that because that's actually the best way to learn, because we already have gone through that phase that you are going to be going. So for you to be able to listen to us, you will understand it. And I say this because last year, everybody knows I was here, and I was the Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons. I'm back, but I'm Minister of Plans and Economic Diversification. So that's the next stage, Maggie. So you're going back to economics, so just be prepared.
But here's the question, when does Namibia start diversifying from oil?
No, let me explain you this. This is for people who are in oil and gas with experience, they know these stages. You have the first stage that you don't have oil. You go to church and you pray every day that please discover oil, discover oil. Finally, somebody come and drill. And then you go back to church because you want to tell them, okay, I want these guys to stop chasing me because they're coming. And then you go to the next stage, and this is actually the more difficult one. You already have oil, you have funds, but then you want to continue diversifying. And it's not anymore to have a discovery and go into production. It's how you keep that production. And it's not just production, it's how you keep the money keep flowing. So what a lot of countries do, and Equatorial Guinea is doing it right now, is that you start working on diversification. And this is why it's very important that the diversification happen early. Now, what in Equatorial Guinea we have done, and I think this is the reason that I have this post, and this is why there's a link, is because we saw like what other oil-producing countries, successful, did it. One of them is the Emirates, with the example of Dubai, and another one is Saudi Arabia. All of them have Agenda 2030, because they already realize that we have this resource, we are not going to abandon hydrocarbons. Equatorial Guinea is not going to abandon hydrocarbons. I'm a Minister of Economic Diversification. Hydrocarbon is very important, and I'll keep working on that. But I need to be realistic how to utilize that hydrocarbons to be able to kickstart my economy so in the future I'm not dependent. So there is two things that need to be done. One is to make sure that the energy trilemma are solved. Reliable energy, sustainable energy, and affordable energy. Because you have many African countries who have oil and gas, and they have problem with electricity. The same thing happened with the issue of how you kickstart your economy. And Paulino have said, for many years we have all these FPSOs, we have all these oil companies, and they're eating tomatoes from Spain. They're getting pineapple from Costa Rica. When if we actually have started doing it, by the time we are in this stage, we will do it. So you wanted to know what Equatorial Guinea is going through is going to happen to Namibia. And one of the critical things is, and this is an advice, it's you need to drill on your agenda. This is why they took me from oil to this planning, because I have a plan from oil and gas, I have a plan for agriculture, and I have a plan. And one of the key things is that nobody's going to invent anything. Everybody needs to follow the agenda, because if you follow the agenda, you will actually diversify. So, like I said, one of the key things, and this is what I will advise to Namibia, to Senegal, is that the Minister of Planning and Economy has to be very close to you, but they need to stick to the economic planning. Because if you don't stick to the economic planning, you will immediately become a country that is 90% dependent on oil revenue like Equatorial Guinea. So at this stage, what we need to do is to pick up all the natural or capacity building that you have done in oil and gas to put it on planning on economics. So you wanted to know, like I said, Maggie, and you have Senegal, Ghana already have done it because they have the experience of mining, is that the next stage will happen to Namibia is that diversification will come. And you have to start that diversification now. You have to stick in your economic plan. You have to avoid that your fishing, your agriculture start deteriorating because all the youth wants to go into oil and gas. So these are the examples that the Emirates have done it. Through Dubai, they diversify from tourists, they still have oil. Saudi are building an entire city, just they still have oil. So we are not saying that diversification and forgetting about oil and gas. No, we are going to continue drilling and drilling and drilling, getting revenue, but we're going to make sure that we stick into our plan. And this is, again, my new role. And there is one key thing that Secretary General Omar said, the collaboration of African countries. It's a pity, it's a shame that we are having problem of diesel in Africa because we are so dependent of the diesel coming from Russia. with how much oil we have. And we are sitting there, dependent of the traders, sitting there, and we cannot have the diesel because there is a sanction on diesel of Russia, and we are African country, we are having all this inflation because we cannot have one single African refinery who can supply diesels. Now we are sitting here waiting for a refinery in Dangote, waiting for the Angola refinery. What to do? If we get all our oil and we build more refineries, we won't be in the same situation. So I think it's very important to do that. And I want to start, and I'll finish with that one. It's also very shameful that a big economy like South Africa that can solve their problem just to be able to receive LNG cannot receive LNG from Equatorial Guinea, from Angola and Nigeria. It's a pity. I mean, it makes me very sad because it's how South Africa have to go to Qatar, to Russia to ask for gas, or even Ghana have to go to ask for gas when I have the gas. And it's because we have not been collaborating. We supply LNG to Korea, to Chile, to Brazil, and I cannot supply to one single African country. So I think this is why, this is the link. And I will keep going to energy conference to make sure that we can do the link because I'm in charge of the money now in Equatorial Guinea. And I will make sure that we do that. So I want to thank you for that. That's my role now.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I did not mean to use those words, but it came out. So, Dr. Farouk, we are seeing an environment, whether we like it or not, the energy industry is under a lot of pressure. Where do you see from an African petroleum producer perspective that we can still continue producing and exploring for energy, solving energy poverty while dealing with climate change issues and also producing a low carbon economy?
Well, energy transition has come. There's nothing anybody can do about it. But the beautiful thing is that, and I think Minister Alwindo made reference to that in his address, is that in the last 1 year or so, there has been a change in the perception of the tracking of the way to 2050 or 2060 or whatever various countries have decided for themselves. We are no more on a linear path to that goal. And what has informed that is developments in the last 1 year, geopolitics, Russia, Ukraine. But I think, honestly, even without Russia, Ukraine, it would have been very clear to the advocates or activists of climate change that what has driven the perception of moving by 2050 to a net zero is some trust or confidence in the ability of science to do the magic within that period between 2015 and 2050. For whatever reason, Western society, since the Industrial Revolution, has come to believe that, look, once there is a will, there is a way. Necessity is the mother of invention. There is nothing that science cannot do. And that has been the driving force.
But do you believe that African petroleum producers should look at carbon capture from your organization? Since you're talking about science.
If you'll allow me to end this, then
please go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, it has dawned on these same people that, look, there are limitations to what science can do, especially with the timing of expectations. And that has made these people to say that, look, we should look at it differently. We are ready to come and put our money in Africa or anywhere for more oil and for more gas, etc. Now, this should not in any way detract us Africans from pursuing the renewable energy goal or pursuing the net zero. Because it's important to realize that that scientific breakthrough to make renewable energy faster to get and more abundant will definitely be made. It's a matter of time. When there's a will, there's a way. So we shouldn't relax and say that things have changed. And like Namibia has mentioned earlier this morning, they are working on the two parts simultaneously, hydrocarbons as well as renewable energies. Now, for us in Africa, what I think, or generally the hydrocarbon-dependent economies, whether it's in Africa or outside of Africa, what is most important is to ask, are we thinking of transiting away from oil or gas, or we really want to make the atmosphere environmentally good for everybody? If it is the latter, then I believe that we should put in a lot more effort in the development of technologies that will make us arrive at net zero without necessarily abandoning oil and gas. And it is possible. The same way that you have this strong belief that technology can make renewables more available, affordable, and reliable, it's the same conditioning of mind that will also tell you that you can develop the technology that will make oil and gas a lot more environmentally friendly.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Maggie, there's going to be a lot of pressure on a lot of your explorers and even potential producers to operate in a low-carbon environment. And how is your government going to help balance that and be supportive or incentivize their producers to still be able to develop what I call green gas or low-carbon gas or low-carbon oil and really be able to drive sustainable oil and gas production? Are you looking into that right now, or are you working closely with your producers to find solutions on how that can be, how that can be enhanced here in Namibia?
I think for Namibia, the advantage comes because of the stage where we are. We are yet to produce. So because we are yet to produce, the path to the net zero is going to be defined by us. And because we are yet to produce, it's much more easier for us to incorporate the technologies that are available for us to be able to have a low carbon intensity emissions in our production, because we are yet to design those field development plans. So it's something that we are already having a conversation with our license holders and our operators, so that we ensure that when we are designing and when we are negotiating those FDP plans, we are already working on a strategy of having them to be able to release or to use the technologies that are for low emission. But on top of that, the Namibian government agenda has also already been set to work towards almost a net zero. As you know, our emission as a country, if Africa as a whole is emitting about 3%, can you imagine now the contribution to that of Namibia? We are 0.000, it's minute. And with our agenda, our national agenda of the National Integrated Resource Plan, where we already have put forward to say that our energy generation is going to be encapsulated by a mix of energy resources. Fossil fuel is one, but right now as we are working, the renewable energies are already saving that industry. And while they are saving, they are already offsetting the emissions that are coming. So with that already in place, whatever carbon emissions that are going to come out of our production, I can clearly say it has already almost been offset. And that's where we are as a government.
Honorable Sheikh Nian, when it comes to Senegal, do you see more collaboration? And I'll address this question to maybe all the ministers from Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, as well as His Excellency Paulino from Angola. Is there a possibility to see Namibians, to see us replicate what Equatorial Guinea did, taking young Namibians into your platforms, your petroleum producing companies, LNG plants, so at this stage they start getting on the job training, and that could help also fast track their integration into the workforce. Would you guys commit to doing that? Can you just put your hand up? Because I'll hold you onto it. Well, for 2023. So Paulino, you first.
Yeah, in reality today you're supposed to sign one memorandum to take care of this. Our initial plan is for starting this year, June, July, is to move some Namibians to Angola for training. The training will be not on office, but on platforms. Because we have different production platforms, we have different operators, and we're going to make use of it in order to help training Namibians. Remember that Angola, those sectors, the number of workers, 80% are Angolans. Our expectation is for Namibia to start small but increasing to this level, to train Namibians in order for them to be able to assume the responsibility of producing oil in Namibia. This is the goal, and this is one of the main targets of the memorandum that we want to sign today. Another end, besides training, we are working with Namibians also, because for the production we need a support base. Because people talk about everything, but normally they forget one thing, very important thing, is a support base. Without a support base, you cannot have a production. For example, there are companies that are operating in Namibia from Angola. It's too far. It means that we are here to cooperate with Namibia in order to build a base to support the operations. In reality, this agreement that we're going to sign today, we cover a lot of parts of the cooperation.
Thank you. Honorable Mesa.
Yeah, absolutely. Collaboration and its importance cannot be overemphasized. We, as a new oil-producing country, learned a lot from our neighbors, Nigeria. Of course, we went to Europe, Norway, and other places to also learn and see how we leverage on their experiences to build our own industry. And I believe that this is the beginning of our relationship with Namibians as well, and we will explore the possibility of engaging them further to see how they can learn from Ghana's experience as well.
You just answer like a politician.
Of course I am.
I wanted you to say I'll take 5 or 10. Honorable Lima.
Yeah, well, I think I said, and we all have said, collaboration is going to be, it's very important. I would say that they did it to us, and that's why we are doing to other ones. When we made the discovery in Equatorial Guinea, before we even have production, the first thing that we did is that we did visit Nigeria, we visit Cameroon, we visit Gabon, and we visit Ghana. And those 4 countries were very instrumental in our initial stage. So for us, when Namibia, it has been Senegal, or the rest asks us, we do have a responsibility to do the same thing they did to us. Now, the difference that we have now, and I have to say it because I will encourage, especially Namibia and the rest, is that Equatorial Guinea also joined late OPEC and GCF. And we have to be able to also collaborate with other producers out of our continent, especially the one in the Middle East. And the experience that I have seen working and collaborating with Qatar, with the Emirates, and with the Saudi, it has been very important. And I encourage, because a lot of the things that we are doing now is what we have seen what they have done, because they have been able to be able to diversify. And I insist that this is what we are doing, because you need to heavily invest in infrastructure. You need to focus on those services. Service is very important. The majority of the funds that you will be able to receive from your economy, it's now, it's during the construction. After construction is operations. Operation just maintain it. It's like Equatorial Guinea. We have a plant, we just get more fuels. There's not going to be a new plant. So we just have to reduce and reduce. But the first stage of infrastructure is now. It's when the boom happened. So the next stage, wanted or no, is what the Middle Eastern countries have done. And you have to remember one thing. They have not given up hydrocarbons. I insist, and I'm going back into the climate issue. It's a little bit controversial, but I always say whatever I feeling is right. The climate change in Africa, it's not the same thing than the climate change effect in other countries. If you have a hurricane in the United States, less than 1 month is rebuilt. If you have a problem, any other Europeans immediately fix. Why? Because they have the funds. Not only the funds, they have the infrastructure. The majority of the African places where climate change has been affected is because people are living in rivers. We don't have infrastructure to do. So our issue is we need to think first of Africa, how to create jobs. There is no one single country in Europe, in North America, or Asia who have industrialized with renewables. None. Then why they want us to industrialize with renewables? It's not going to work. Renewable, you can do lights, you can have the heat water, but you're never going to be able to do a processing plant with renewables. It doesn't matter what those scientists they say. It's not going to happen. You're going to have to use coal, like the Germans are doing, getting it from South Africa all the way there, to continue their economy. So if you want to be able to empower Africa, create jobs, we need to be able to grow our economy. And the best resource to do that is our hydrocarbons. If we have more hydrocarbons, we can do more industry, we can have more funds, and we can do more industry. This is what the Middle Eastern did. This is what the Emirates did. This is what the Qataris did. This is what the Saudis are doing. And I have to tell you, I would prefer to copy them than to copy other Europeans. Again, I have no problem with Europeans, but they don't have the resource. So I want to insist on that. Equatorial Guinea in the future, maybe we will need the gas coming from Namibia. And I'll say, listen, Namibia, don't send it to Spain. Send it to Equatorial Guinea. I'm your brother. I can pay too, the same thing. Or we have a refinery in Angola. And I said to Angola, rather than keep buying from Holland, I would prefer to buy from my brother in Angola. So I think it's very important that we empower. And this is what the Secretary General Apo is doing. We need to start building pipelines. The pipeline is Africa, pipeline in Central Africa. That's the best interconnection of Africa. And we need to start sharing our resources. The more expensive oil in the world are Zafiro from Equatorial Guinea and what is the Sonangol one? Block 3. These are the two crudes more expensive in the world, from Equatorial Guinea and Angola. And we keep selling it to everybody, but we cannot give it to Ghana and to the rest. So I think that interconnection of resources is very important for our growth. And we will keep working on that. And I keep saying it, and I will keep saying, the ones who have been responsible of creating this damage of the climate, they need to pay for it first, before they're telling us that we stop doing it. So.
Honorable Sheikh Nian, you have the final word.
First, I want to congratulate Mr. Lima for his new position, and we need to make sure to have him in all our conferences, even though with his new position, because we still learn with him. So let's make sure that in the next workshop we have him as an attendant. So I think it's crucial to work together. I mean, we don't even have the choice for Africa. And there is something important for our countries is that we need to industrialize our countries. And for industrializing, we need base load, real base load. We need to reduce the cost of production. The developed countries, they are not in the energy transition like us. They are more in an ecological transition because they have 100% access to electricity. Now they just want to make it green. And in Africa, even though we develop all our potential in gas in the upcoming 30 years, we will just have 0.5. I think you told it last year. Europe to decarbonize, Africa to industrialize. That was the key word. And just to not be long, there is something that I see in the Namibian anthem. Is at the end, they say we need to build the tree of life for Africa. To build the tree of life for Africa, we need to work together. We don't have the choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everything. And I really thank you guys for being very patient with the questions. I think that's the end of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for them. Please, could you please stand for a photo op on...
Well done. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for a short tea break. Can you please kindly make sure that we just take 10 minutes for the tea break, then we're going to come back so we can catch up with the rest of our session. Can I also kindly ask the panelists and the moderator for the next session, which is Navigating the Evolving Global Landscape, to please come see our technical team on my right so they can get mic'd. The panel for the next session, can you please make your way to the technical team so you can get mic'd? That is Liz, Justin, Victoria, and Sebastian. Thank you so much. Oh, and Oliver as well as the moderator.
tal? ¿Qué tal?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our next panel session. If you can kindly make your way back to the main shed, we'd really appreciate it. If our ushers can help us to ask our delegates to move back. Ushers, please ask our delegate to come back so we can start our session. I'm not about to start dancing now. Can you please start coming back, ladies and gentlemen? We need to start our session. This session is as important as the ministerial one, so please do make your way in. I need to go. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please make our way back in? We are about to start with our next session. If you may kindly come inside. The tea break is over now. Please do come back inside. It's not getting I know. Good people, should we move the session outside here? Please come back inside. Guys, please. And you're adults. Please help. Eh? I can do that. Netumbo, Jackie, can you all come inside? My people. Good people, the session has started. Can you please go in? This table in particular, can you please go? Good people, we are about to start. Jackie? Please, let's make our way in. Yes, we are starting now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Please. We are not here for food. There's lots of energy inside. For the sake of time and to honor time, we are going to start with our next panel. If you can please settle in, I'll really appreciate it. We are about to start with our next panel discussion, which is titled Africa Energy Outlook, Navigating the Evolving Global Landscape. This is a panel that is going to be moderated by Mr. Oliver Dixon, who is a business reporter from South Africa FM. I'm going to ask him to come on stage. He is going to introduce his panelists, and they will take us through the conversation. And we would love for it to be as engaging as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask again that if you can please make your way back so we can start. Oliver, back, I'll hand over to you. May I see this?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can I just ask the room to settle down? Those that are in the room, can I just ask that you take a seat and quiet down so that we can get the session started? Can I ask the ushers at the door to just perhaps ask those outside the venue to be quiet, because I think that noise may be spilling over into the venue. Are we good? Fantastic. I think we're settling down. That's perfect. I'm just going to maybe cut through the noise and introduce my panelists for this panel. Welcome to the second panel for the day. Very important panel that will take a look at Africa's energy outlook and how to navigate the evolving global landscape. Joining me for this panel will be Liz Williamson, who's the head of energy for Rand Merchant Bank, and I'll ask Liz to come on stage for us. Justin Cochran, who's the Africa Upstream Regional Research Director at S&P Global Commodities Insights, is a part of this panel. Dr. Victoria Nalule, who's the Chief Executive Officer at NEM Energy, as well as Sebastian Wagner, who's the Managing Director of Atlas Oranto Petroleum. We're also joined in this panel as a late addition, but an important addition to this panel. We're joined by Ntu Nduvana, who is the head of the Africa business and the global business for Petro SA. Can I please ask them all to join me on stage? Thank you very much. Liz, can I ask you to sit here, please? This panel starts with a little bit of a caveat, and that is that Mtu will at some point disappear from the panel because unfortunately he has a flight to catch in the next hour and a half back to Johannesburg. So we're going to start off with him, and then hopefully by past we would have gotten quite a bit out of him. Thematically, this panel will focus on a number of things. What has been the global shift in energy supply and energy security, and how has that impacted Africa? But more importantly, the question at the center of that is, what is the African opportunity? And subsequent to that, how do we optimize and take full advantage of what we consider to be the African opportunity? We'll speak about a number of things, ranging from financing and investment to the regulatory and operational environment, but more specifically to what the future looks like in the middle to long term for the African opportunity. I want to start with you on this panel. And thank you very much to everybody for joining. By the way, fantastic panel. Can we give them a round of applause before we get started?
Haven't said anything.
You're responsible at Petro SA for its Africa business and its global business. You have various partnerships across the continent, right? Petro SA, for instance, has a memorandum of understanding with Namco, an important one, has a memorandum of understanding and partnership, a strategic one, with Petromag in Mozambique, and there are various other African markets where you are playing a supplying role, but hopefully growing the business there. So as you navigate the continent, what do you read to be, at the moment, the African opportunity?
Thank you, Oliver. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me first start by saying that the recent, I would say, events in South Africa which is the AFTA, which was in Cape Town recently, and also the visit by the president of Namibia recently, the state visit by the president of Namibia. Really, those events, they demonstrate the importance of intra-continental trade, which is very, very important. And Petro SA has decided to resuscitate the partnerships, the collaborations with other African countries. As you correctly pointed out, there's a memorandum of understanding with Namco. We also have a relationship in Mozambique and also in West Africa as well, Ivory Coast, Ghana. The Deputy Minister of Ghana was here, and we recently visited Ghana. So Petro SA really has a penetration strategy which provides us or enables us to enter into those markets.
Yeah. Sebastian, you're in about 8 regions on the continent. As you're navigating and doing business on the continent, hopefully finding new opportunities, are you optimistic? What do you read the African opportunity to be?
Thank you, Oliver. Just taking maybe 1 minute to introduce our company. Atlas and Oranto Petroleum are sister companies based in Nigeria, founded in the 1990s by our chairman, Prince Arthur Eze. We are indeed active in 8 jurisdictions in Africa with 16 licenses in total. We have 2 licenses in Namibia, 2111A and 2011B, up in the Walvis Basin. To your point, Oliver, I think when you look at the current opportunities that are emerging for a private player like ourselves, is especially given the regions in which we operate, is gas plays, especially LNG. Atlas and Oranto used to be oil-heavy companies that had oily portfolios, especially in the Gulf of Guinea. Today there's quite a remarkable shift, especially in Equatorial Guinea, to be precise, where we are currently busy developing a gas monetization project with Chevron as operators and with other partners such as the NOC, G-Petrol and Glencore. Given the recent events over the past 2 years, I believe that LNG has become strategically much more important for creating a north-south axis between Africa and Europe. I think us as a company, we were to some extent inspired by some European super majors that are now very actively trying to replace Russian molecules, to some extent complement US molecules with African molecules, and we would like to play a part in that, and that's why we're currently busy developing a 2.5 TCF gas monetization project together with our partners in Equatorial Guinea, which is a 2-phase project. Phase 1 is the Aseng field, which is a crude condensate field producer today, where we are gradually moving towards hopefully FID by mid this year and first gas in early 2020 or late 2025, as well as the cross-border development between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. I believe many of the participants here have seen the news that there's a recent bilateral that was signed between the 2 presidents of Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon, and indeed that's a gas project, and I think that's very important because the Gulf of Guinea is a region that has infrastructure, LNG infrastructure, which enables us as a company to participate in this global shift of molecules moving from south to north, and we're very excited about that.
Yeah. Liz, there's a great sense of, rightfully so, optimism about Namibia. It's fast becoming the case study for what could go right on the continent. Is it fair to project Namibia as the potential of the African opportunity, or is there more nuance to the African opportunity that you think should be noticed?
Well, I think it's really important to actually put Namibia in the context. Is, you know, the hydrocarbons that have been coming out of Africa for a long time, you know, Nigeria, Angola, and the opportunity for Namibia is immense across the entire energy spectrum, in large part because you have the benefit of technology, a clean slate, and bringing together at the same time effectively, you know, green hydrogen, renewables, and oil and gas, which is a tremendous opportunity. It needs financing, and it needs to attract capital. And I think what's really important to acknowledge today is that Namibia has done a really good job to attract the capital that they have from the majors so far. When the majors go and look at their capital allocations for exploration, they're shrinking year on year, and they don't think we have an Africa allocation, an Asia allocation, a Latin America allocation. It's everything is high graded. So what Namibia has been able to do to attract this capital, when these wells cost, $60, $70 million each one, should be really, the Namibian government should be given a lot of credit for being able to attract that. So I think that's really important. And from a lending perspective, from an RMB perspective, what's really important is that we recognize that there is less lending capital today than there was three years ago.
Why is that?
In large part, there's a lot of people leaving the market, and I think what the reason people are leaving the market is nothing to do with truly the quality of the assets, but it's just everybody's kind of going back to their home base. European banks want to lend to Europe. And we are so fortunate with RMB to be part of the broader story because we want to continue to finance the opportunities that both renewables and these discoveries offshore will unlock. And that's across all of infrastructure. That's the ports, that's the pipelines. These are the things that are really important. And I think as the next year for Namibia is going to be truly transformational with all the potential news flow that will be coming out. And I think we, as RMB and RMB Namibia and across the continent, are very excited about that opportunity.
Yeah. Just to that, does the African growth prospect need European banks and financial institutions to actualize that potential?
I don't think so, to be honest. But what is the realization is what we really need is to understand that equity is going to have to come back into the markets. Equity wasn't there for a long time. And we've seen that across West Africa. It was kind of not, that putting your own risk, especially for some of the smaller companies. And I think what we're seeing now is that's coming back. And largely, the higher interest rates are making it harder to put other debt on the assets. But equity is important. And I think the other kind of thing on that same vein is that equity returns, and I think the earlier panels were really excellent in saying, it is about a shared risk reward with the governments and with the companies. But what is the key to delivering returns for equity is basically time. Time is the biggest killer for MPVs in Africa. Over and over again, we have the privilege within the advisory team of working with many independent companies and super majors. And the first thing that we always test is what happens if production happens 4 years later than you think it will. So if you can progress things at a faster rate of speed than your peers, you will be ahead of the game.
Yeah. Sebastian, you're a numbers guy. You take a look at the data. Are you optimistic about the African opportunity?
I think you meant Justin.
I mean Justin.
Sorry, Justin, my apologies.
No problem. I am optimistic about the African opportunity. But I think maybe it's important to put into context where we currently stand. So I think I mentioned to you a little bit earlier, in 2019, December 2019, Africa as a whole was producing about 8.5 million barrels of liquids a day. As we stand right now, 6.3. That's 2.2 million barrels evaporated. And the reason for that is underinvestment throughout the mature producing areas, etc., over the last couple of years. And your next question, why? Why that underinvestment? Well, there is obviously significant pressure to decarbonize. And I mean, how many oil and gas companies are still called oil and gas companies? They're all called energy companies now. Everybody's an energy company. And essentially what's happening is, in order for the big IOCs to maintain and hold on to their shareholders, they're paying more and more in dividends and spending more and more on buybacks and spending less and less on CapEx expenditure. So what we're seeing is the CapEx that they are spending is in selected areas where you can make big needle-moving discoveries. So when Total says they're spending half their exploration budget in Namibia, you should take from that they are very bullish about Namibia. When Shell has a submits an EIA for 10 more wells, you got to understand that they're very positive and very bullish about Namibia. So essentially, the entire oil and gas sector is under pressure. It's underfunded to a degree, but there are places where you have the potential to get the biggest bang for your buck, and places where fiscal regimes are attractive will attract those dollars. And Africa as a whole is unique because it has those opportunities for large-scale frontier discoveries. Yeah. And so I am optimistic about the prospects for Africa. And just look, one thing we're seeing is, while the number of exploration wells has dropped off since the 2014-2015 oil price crash significantly, the location of those exploration wells is progressively moving to the frontier, to places like the Orange Sub-Basin or the Southern Otanikbo Basin, Zambezi Delta. These are places where you have the opportunity to still make those very big discoveries. And then that all factors into just about everything, because big discoveries produce barrels at lower CO2 emission per barrel. So that ties into a broader transition story too.
Yeah. On the previous panel, Victoria, Dr. Ibrahim made the comment that for Africa to continue to industrialize, it needs base load. Justin tells us there's a sense of optimism because of the frontier of exploration and discovery that exists on the continent. But oil and gas is not the only energy conversation in Africa. There is a growing need for a conversation about transitioning, and the minister asked this morning, what are we transitioning from, right? What are we transitioning from? What are we transitioning to? And is there potential for growth and an opportunity for the African market there?
Thank you very much for that. First, I would like to appreciate Selma for this timely conference. It's very timely because we are facing a twin challenge of energy poverty. I usually don't want to call it energy poverty in Africa. Why are you poor? We have the resources. So it's not energy poverty. And as I'm making disclaimer, I must also note that my first book, which was a result of my PhD, was on energy poverty in Africa. But in 2023, I'm like, it's not energy poverty. It's something else, energy management, but we are not energy poor. And on that note, this is my latest book. I'm an author of 7 books. By the end of this year, I'll have 10 books focused on energy, mining, and the energy transition, which is a great topic we're talking about right now. So understanding the fact that the African continent, we have all the energy resources we need, that means we're not energy poor. We just need to manage the resources. But, however, we are seeing over 600 people lacking access to electricity. And at the same time, from a global perspective, there is a move to transition to a low-carbon economy. The climate change is real. Most countries are experiencing the climate change impacts like floodings, droughts. But that doesn't mean that in order to address climate change, you need to stop extracting oil and gas. Now, let me just break it down. We cannot have an energy transition without oil and gas. Yeah. And we cannot tackle climate change without oil and gas. Reason being, yes, the oil and gas or fossil fuels are the main contributor of the carbon emissions, which is associated with greenhouse gas emissions. But in order for us to transition to a low-carbon economy, we need renewables. These renewables will need solar panels, wind turbines. All those are made from metals. Those are the critical minerals. So what exactly is powering the mining industries that are manufacturing these solar panels, that are manufacturing these minerals? It's the oil and gas. So from oil and gas, we're going to the mining sector to get the necessary minerals we need. For the renewable energy sector, which is essential for the energy transition, which is essential in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that is necessary to address climate change. So it's a dilemma. We cannot have a discussion, I always say, in the 21st century, in 2023, you cannot have a thorough discussion on the energy sector, or even oil and gas sector, without talking about the critical minerals, because you'll be missing something. And on the point you made about transitioning, in my second book on energy transitions in the African energy and mining sector, I introduced a concept called energy progression. Because in that book, like the Honorable Minister mentioned, what are we transitioning from when over 600 million people lack access to modern energy? You simply need to progress from one energy use to another, and in the process of progressing, you should have available finances at an international level, because in 2019, we saw the European Bank, it passed a resolution that they would no longer fund investments in fossil fuel. The decisions globally, the global decisions that are made to reduce funding in the oil and gas sector will eventually impact on the African continent. Yeah. So, because at the end of the day, energy projects are capital intensive, we don't have the money to invest. So you need the collaboration of different stakeholders within Africa and outside Africa. So the question is not really about energy transition, but rather in ensuring that every country progresses from one energy use to a more modern energy use, be it oil, be it gas, be it renewable, but they should do it at their own terms. They should move at their own terms. It shouldn't be a pressured energy transition, because that will not work. And also I emphasize, we are not energy poor. We have the resources. It's a matter of managing the resources, putting investments in the infrastructure we need to utilize the resources to ensure that every person has access to clean energy. So no energy transition is energy progression. No energy poverty. We are energy rich, but we need to manage the resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Butum 2, I'm going to have to let you go just now, but I want you to answer one more question for me before we do so. Hopefully you can give me an answer in 2 to 3 minutes. Yesterday, during Justin's presentation in one of the strategic sessions yesterday, there was a question, I can't remember who it was from, but the question was, in the comparison between Namibia and Guyana, the road from discovery to commercialization in Namibia is done with the presence of an NOC. In Guyana, it was done without an NOC. In energy supply and security, what role do you imagine NOCs like yourself to be playing in that future? And you guys are doing some interesting stuff at PetroSA in reconfiguring the structure of the organization to be more conducive to partnerships. So this really is a partnership conversation. When those strategic partnerships are being made, what do you imagine the road and the journey for that to be?
Thank you, Oliver. PetroSA is a state-owned entity, has got a developmental role. And that developmental role means that whatever initiatives which relate to government in South Africa, we have to take a leading role as a state-owned enterprise. I'm sure you know for a fact that our GTL plant in Mozambique is closed for quite some time. And we're now refocusing in restarting the GTL plant in Mossel Bay through government to government, right? We look at PetroSA as the only state-owned enterprise which has got E&P assets in South Africa. So we are open to partnerships, to collaborations, and with technical, I would say, companies who have the technical expertise, and also government to government. So what we're fostering, more especially when we go to other countries, is strategic partnership. Strategic partnership because some of the countries, they require localization, or we call it in South Africa empowerment. And so when we go to those countries, we don't just go there coldly, but what we do is we hold the locals by the hand in order to do business. So it's more collaboration and partnerships.
Yeah. Are you optimistic about the prospects of partnership with financiers, with explorers, with research organizations? For instance, Liz here, Justin over there, are these people whose hands you want to hold in this journey?
Oh yes, we're currently doing that. We're currently doing that. We deal with RMB, you know, we deal with other financiers, African Bank, and the local banks in South Africa. So it is a partnership. It is collaboration.
Yeah. Have a safe flight. Thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate it. Yeah. Liz, thank you so much to Bruton too. Liz, reflect for me for a second on the operational environment on the continent. Is there room for improvement, and if so, to what extent?
So it's very hard to, thank you for the question, but it's really hard to kind of give a blanket statement around that. But I think there's lessons that can be learned from most of the countries that currently have oil and gas. And I think one of the key things that we as a bank consistently want to see a history and legacy of, because we do a lot of look back, has there been any disruption from a local perspective, is it's so important to have fiscal stability. Everyone needs to know the terms in which they're operating in, and government stability. So everyone needs to know that the contract they're signing and the contract they're entering into is going to be withheld, come whatever environment may be in front of them. And it's about that partnership and being able to engage with the regulator, with the government directly, that not only do the companies themselves need, but financiers need to have confidence that contracts themselves will be withheld. Ultimately, that's what we're financing. We're financing a contract. So I think that that's been really important. And I think across the continent, we've seen varying strengths and weaknesses in that category. But I think sometimes a part of it that we've struggled with is that there's a contract that's being upheld, and then it'll be, okay, well, say license renewal takes a lot longer than it needs to take. That can hold up a financing package. That can hold up the development. Actually mean you're moving reserves out many, many years that could have provided tax revenue for the governments today. So I think the key message from our perspective is fighting a fiscal environment that's very stable, clear governance, transparency. It makes it easier for us to bank, and it makes everyone in the room, it's much easier to make the critical decisions to move into FID and then to move into development.
Yep. Sebastian, I promise you this is a really safe space. What are some of the deep frustrations you experience in certain African markets?
I think I'd like to touch base on this point about time being an NPV. I think this is very important, a very important concept to understand, especially for the moment. When you look at financing, and Justin can speak to this better than me, when you look at financing, you look at the price of the commodity that you are financing, you look at the forward curve. If you look at NG and the forward curve, for us, the essence, 6 months delay in a project, 6 months gas, 12 months later to first gas, in the current structure of the forward curve is a problem for us. So we hold the entities and ministries we work with to a very high standard in terms of velocity of projects. Energy markets can shift from one day to another, which we have literally seen, all of us, over the past 2 years. And this has opened up a new, this was a catalyst for a completely, as I said before, a reshift of global flows. Nobody in this room can tell me or can tell us what may be the next catalyst. We are talking about, we had an off-site session earlier about hydrogen. I'm not an expert on hydrogen. It doesn't look economic to me, but 30 years ago, solar was not economic. And look where we are today. And I think we have to understand that oil and gas, irrespective of the aspects of energy transition and global warming that Vicky touched on, we are working with constraints within pricing of a certain commodity. And therefore, time is of the essence.
Yeah. Justin? Is the operating environment getting any better?
Is the operating environment getting any better? In Namibia or?
Across the continent, but I mean, if you want to isolate a success case also on the continent, by all means do so. Namibia seems to be one.
Yes, for sure. Namibia is definitely a success story, in my opinion. The operating environment is good, the terms are good. But to bring it back to what you had asked Liz, and you were talking about risk, essentially, and the perception of risk, and how that's important. You would have seen yesterday in Ishmini's presentation where she gave some different analysis, but it was the discount rate and the value of the project. So if you're looking to move into a new environment, you think, oh great, the fiscal terms are wonderful, and the geology looks good, the environment is cataclysmic. You'll discount that. Your discount rate will be much higher, which will reduce your overall project. So ultimately, you'll be making this decision in your mind. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Are we going to benefit? Is there sufficient benefit to take that risk? And things like fiscal stability is critical in upholding that perception that the risk is low. So then you've got all the components, like maybe you've got the geology, you've got the fiscal terms, and you've got the perception that risk is low. Makes it a wonderful place to invest, or to take a chance, to roll the dice, to drill a well that you can't recover if it ends up dry.
Part of that, the operation environment, and from your presentation yesterday with Ishmani, was around some of the fiscal terms. Ishmani made the point around the fiscal terms in Guyana in comparison to Namibia, right, where the reward for government is about 50% of the value government is able to extrapolate from there, right? Is that something that makes investors nervous when we move from 10% to 20%, and ultimately at commercialization, peak commercialization, we're looking at 50% of value? Does the change of those terms make investors nervous?
Obviously, if you enter into a contract and the terms are X, and at some point during the life of that contract, the terms are changed from, a 50% take suddenly to a 75% government take. That is certainly going to make investors nervous. But in the whole context of things, generally speaking, when a country is frontier, the terms tend to be to attract that investment to begin with. So that's where Namibia is right now. It's attracting that investment. You look across the border at Angola. Angola is mature. The terms will tighten over time because geological risk drops. It's all about risk. As the risk drops off, great, you can tighten the terms, the government takes more, but the IS hasn't got to face that risk. Hang on, we can go and drill like offshore South Africa. Total's very first well, 2014. That was $140 million. $140 million and evaporated into nothingness. Now, if Total never produces from that block, they will never recover the cost. So then you put into context how important it is to encourage explorers to roll the dice, because that's really what it is. When you drill a well in 3,000 meters,
oftentimes is victorious. Yes.
Sorry. 1 minute. Okay. I think the point just the risk reward for investors needs to be acceptable, but at the same time, I think it's dangerous to just say 40%, 50%, 20%, 30%. Like this. In Equatorial, we work with the national oil company. They have a certain carry. Now, if the national oil company comes and says, which GP Petrol is doing at the moment, is we actually want to finance our own part, then the whole equation and the whole NPVs change. Okay, so it's very difficult and dangerous to just say this is a certain figure, and we're talking about whether this is fair or not. You have to look at the whole deal. You have to look at the whole picture. And I think it's also for us as investors in African countries, we want to see NOCs being empowered. We want to see NOCs being enabled to the extent of saying, okay, we're financing our own cash calls, and we're actually coming in here, let's say, doing a joint venture with you in a different country. That for us is a success story.
Government doesn't always share this, but they certainly do share in the reward. with that calculation in mind, do you think that what we're currently getting in terms of value as African nation states is comparable to what is being extracted?
Thank you very much for that question. And I think we just need to look at to address that question practically. Let's look at the countries that have been produced for a very long time. Economically, where are they? And not just oil and gas, but also in mineral terms. And one of the reasons, because in my book on mining and the law, I look at the generation of mining laws. I look at the generation of the fiscal. One of the reasons as to why most African countries, or even some countries in the global south, are mostly referred to as African example of the resource curves, is because of the fiscal regime. So there is this pressure always to attract investment, and it's understandable because energy investments or even extractive investments are capital intensive by their nature. They are for a very long period of time, often 30 years or 40 years. So you need to protect the investment, but should focus be on only protecting the investment without thinking about the economic development, the social governance? Because often at time, most African countries or countries in the global south have been put under pressure. Because if you look at the different laws we've been enacting on the continent, often they're advised by experts from the World Bank, from different international financial institutions. And like, if you do this, your fiscal regime will be stable and you will attract investments. If you include the stabilization clause, you will attract investments. But at the end of the day, what we have seen practically is that all the benefits often go outside Africa. So the fiscal regime is very important, but it's not focused only on investments. It should look at the economic development of the country. With the instances of acquiring the socialized rate, we are seeing often that people in local communities in these areas where the resources are extracted from are frustrated. You told them, yes, we have a perfect fiscal regime, we have attracted these investments. They're like, where exactly are the documents? We are only suffering the negative impacts associated with these resources. So we are faced with a situation whereby in 2023, we're still not sure whether we should just focus on the fiscal regime that will attract investments, or we need to balance and have attract investments, will ensure economic development, and will also ensure that the local communities are protected. That is what we need. And I was just mentioning in my previous session yesterday that I was involved in a project where we were reviewing over oil and gas contracts from different countries in my firm, in my consulting firm. And if you look at the provisions in these contracts, and you're like, are they really strong enough to ensure that countries benefit? They are loopholes. And this is a discussion that people don't want to talk about. And with the energy sector, or even oil and gas mining, you need to look at the life cycle of a project from the discovery to production, even in twin. What are the physical terms? They should be balanced. It should only focus on investments, but also ensure that the governments are protected. Because right now, energy disputes, because of the fiscal terms that were signed 30 years ago, and the government can't change them. Once you change them, there will be a dispute, international arbitration. So they have to open their eyes. You need to attract investments, but not make yourself to the fiscal regime. That's what I would say.
I'm going to open the floor for questions. I'm open the floor for questions in the next minute. Liz, there's a restriction of Russian molecules for obvious reasons, but over the last 2 years, America has been able to increase significantly their output. What are they doing right?
Okay, so this is slightly close to home for me. I know a lot of people, but I'm originally from Texas, and I actually grew up in the Permian Basin, which is arguably one of the best hydrocarbon basins in the world. And growing up there, what I saw was very quick timelines and dynamic behavior. Texans own the land below them, which I know is a unique element, which is not possible really for most places around the world. But what it does is it encourages behavior that allows for them to see the direct benefit. Now, I know that that's not possible, but what I think the US does do very quickly is from, it's onshore, and this is a very different environment than we're 3,000 meters offshore. But what you do have is from permitting to drilling to production can be less than 9 months, and you have companies that over-leverage themselves, can go bankrupt, and then they can recycle the assets into auction within 3 months. Company corrupt in Africa, there is no real way to take security. There's an efficient system. So I think what the US has done is made it very efficient in the sense that they don't really tax at the same levels. They take it through corporate income tax. They take royalties through, they have a royalty scheme. But it's efficient. And I mean, they were able to become net importers to exporters very quickly. And a lot of that was driven by innovation around shale, but it's because shale was also part of the innovation that was encouraged. And a lot of people don't know that shale was actually subsidized by the US government for a while, which is something that is important for technology and to be able to recover those costs. But ultimately, the same theme will go through all places in the world about efficiency and being able to say, my dollar is better going here than it is going to be. A lot of people in this room are going to have every single time they go to headquarters. And it is the job of the governments, it's the job of everyone to work together to ensure that this maintains an attractive place to invest in. And at the same time, I think to Victoria's point, yes, it's important to have that balance, but it's also important to ensure that that the governments think of the longer term. And it's been great to see the views of the Sovereign Wealth Fund and thinking multi-generational about what can happen here. Because I don't necessarily think, you know, the taxes that are being paid by the companies that operate, they don't have a direct say on how those taxes are used. So I think it's a balance, not fiscal terms, but also how the government uses those funds and thinks about the multi-generations.
Yeah, Sebastian, just in 30 seconds, because we want to take questions here quickly. Deregulated environment, emulate American model, is that something that you think could work for the African story?
Tape, right? So I think we can all learn as a company. We obviously appreciate jurisdictions which have an efficient and enabling environment, but we also don't shy away from more complicated jurisdictions. So I think the bottom line is, for us, what's key is local stakeholder engagement, and I think that's really what smaller companies like us we pride ourselves in, and that ultimately can lead to more success.
Yeah. Do we have questions? If you would like to raise a question or a comment to our panelists, please do raise your hand. I'm pretty sure we have roving mics around the room, and we'll get a microphone to you. So just pop up your hand, and we will get that microphone to you. Let's start to my right of the room, your left. Is there any questions, comments, any hands over there? As we move center, right of the room. No, not at all. Then we'll use the time we have. Oh, there's one over here. Can we get a microphone over here, please? Please do stand up and we've got cameras, so you need to stand for that.
Thank you so much. My name is Hunter Riley. I'm a field editor with Energy, Capital, and Power. And I just have a question. You touched briefly the importance of diversified energy mixes for energy poverty in Africa. And I actually very much agree with West
not going down. So what we really need is more energy, full stop. And the wedge of what renewables can do is going to continue to grow, but the percentage of the wedge that they're going to take up in the short term isn't going to change that much, because the pie itself is growing. The demand globally for energy is increasing, and that's essential for what Africa can play a part in, and also being able to be part, and Namibia specifically, being able to integrate all of these things with a clean slate is really just a fantastic opportunity. So I think it's about integration of all the pieces, because we need more energy per capita, because I agree with you, we don't have energy poverty, but we do have power poverty.
Our time is up, but Justin, South Africa is a cautionary tale, is it not, to this question? Shall their entire exploration project has been put on hold on the Wild Coast? It's because environmental lobbyists, through the court successfully, still ongoing, but were successfully able to get a court interdict at seismic surveys taking place off of the Wild Coast. That seems to be a lost opportunity if the rest of the panel is anything to go by. Do you want to reflect on the South African case just for a minute?
Not really, no. But look, fundamentally, I don't really understand it. We've been exploring offshore South Africa for the last 50 years. We've been shooting seismic surveys for the last 50 years. The whales, the fish, the fishermen have all been fine. Now, you know, there's a concern. I think that concern is driven in large part to the wider narrative and the reason that energy companies are changing, well, and oil and gas companies are changing their names to energy companies. It's really, the perception is bad at the moment. You know, I mean, sometimes you speak to guys and they say, "Sheesh, I'd rather work for British American Tobacco." So perception is important, but I think it's also a very small minority that are having a very, very big impact on the whole country. So I don't think it is, you know, people living in Johannesburg, or the average person living in Johannesburg, that is saying, "Hey man, you know, we don't want to drill offshore, and we don't want gas to power, and we don't want exploration and all of these kind of things." I think it might be a very few, look, this is just my opinion, a very few very privileged people that are saying, "Hey, we don't want, you know, a dead fish to wash up on our shores, whether it's related to exploration or not."
So major oil and gas companies are facing a PR crisis, effectively.
Sorry?
Are major oil and gas companies facing a PR crisis, effectively?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
There's an opportunity there. Justin, lastly for you, in 30 seconds, I want to circle back to the previous theme we explored here, a deregulated environment in the African market. Do you have a view on that?
Pardon?
A deregulated environment on the African market that we had discussed just a step earlier. Do you have a view on that?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Just a step back to a theme we explored just before we got to this, was a deregulated environment on the African continent. Do you have a view on the potential impact that would have?
deregulated view. Yeah.
I think you can see this very well in the downstream sector.
Yeah.
Those markets that have subsidized diesel imports or diesel distribution, and those markets that have liberalized LPG distribution, for example. So overall, I think it's fair to say that a liberalized market is more beneficial for the investor, but these are also very essential services. This is not just somebody selling a barrel of diesel or a ton of LPG. This goes to the core of society. That's why we all love this industry, because it makes society move, it makes society go. So we have to be careful with just saying, okay, we're just going to do this turbo-capitalist approach of liberalizing every market. It has to be a push and pull, and you have to look at the certain niche. You have to say that a fertilizer business, look at what happened in Sri Lanka, different example, but you can't just say, okay, now all of a sudden we're just going to switch off and de-liberalize the market. You have to understand what the market forces are, and they're very different from a crude export, future crude exporter such as Namibia to an LPG importer such as Kenya, for example. So there's no one size fits all, unfortunately, I hate to tell you.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Can we give a big round of applause for our panel? It really has been an honor and a pleasure. I think this was incredibly insightful. I'm now handing back over to Madam MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oliver, and the panelists. If you don't mind just to do a group photo, our photographers will direct you in terms of where to stand. But thank you so much for that insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to another session. This is going to be a presentation by Madam Maggie Shino. She is the Petroleum Commissioner, Ministry of Mines and Energy. As soon as this panel is off the stage, she will come on. While they are busy there, as Dr. Liz has mentioned, she has a book that she has written. We also have 2 books that have been written by NJ. We have a team of his who are standing there at the back. Please do support African authors as they really, really empower us in terms of what we are doing for Africa in the Africa energy sector. So if we could kindly just do go at the back, and I'm sure Liz will also tell us where you can get her book so we can empower ourselves. Knowledge is power. With that, I would like to make sure that Maggie, she's in the room with us. Okay, she is. She will be joining us for a presentation that I'm sure it's going to be as insightful as her comments when she joined the ministerial panel. I don't see Maggie. Madam Maggie, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's safe for me now to just say all protocols observed, and we deep dive right into it. My name is Maggie Shino. I'm the Petroleum Commissioner, and for this purpose I just want to give you a brief overview of the landscape of the Namibian oil and gas industry and where we are, just for you to be able to conceptualize. I think where we are as a country, we have moved now into a stage where we are strategizing with the Namibian government and where the industry is. We have made a decision that we are going to go ahead and develop our resources in the ever-changing climate environment that we find ourselves of what we call the energy transition. The energy transition came at the time when Namibia have made its discovery, and Namibia have encapsulated that requirement into our agenda, and we are going to forge ahead. But in doing that, The reason why we are encapsulating the energy transition agenda into the Namibian development scenarios is because we have a bigger agenda for us to achieve as a country. And we owe this to ourselves as a country, Namibia, but also to Africa. Therefore, our agenda to develop Africa will not materialize unless we are taking fully cognizant of the natural resources that the African continent holds. And it's for that reason that Namibia is doing its part to contribute and ensure that those fossil fuels, that those resources that are in the ground come to the surface for the development of Africa. We are new to this sphere, but in terms of our approach, we are not new. We have the National Integrated Resource Plan, and because we are going to do this, taking into consideration of the energy mix that we have. Being in Namibia, we have a benefit of being able to produce, to provide for you an integrated resource with the fossil fuels that we have, with the renewable energies that we have, and with the critical rare elements that we have in Namibia, we will be able to provide you the energy of the future, as we are saying. So our target is to ensure that all these resources, we bring them together into a basket that is aiming at benefiting Namibia and her people. With that, we are also aware of the pristine environment that we have as a country. We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and it's an opportunity and a chance that we hold dear to our heart. And because of that, we are aware also of that the exploration for oil and gas and the production and the development will have some impact to the environment. But our role and our assurance as a Namibian government in terms of our policies and regulation is that we have the tools that we have put in place to ensure that we protect that pristine environment for the future generation to come. So because of that, we're going to continue, but we're going to continue with minimal impact to the environment. And as we move ahead, we are aware of the prospectivity that we have. We have managed to unlock the Orange Basin. We know of the potential that we have. And it's for that reason that I'm standing here today to speak to you so that we can have a conversation in terms of the partnership that we are going to forge ahead for us and to be able to unlock that partnership, for us to be able to see that potential that exists in the great, mighty Namibia, as we call it. The open licensing regime is open, and for that, we still continue to keep an open door policy, and we welcome your investment into Namibia. Then going ahead in coming into Namibia, we have a basket of opportunities that I want to present to you today. The first one is our giant and our mighty Kudu gas field. I don't think there's ever a project in Africa or in the world that is able to provide you an opportunity that is life-changing better than the Kudu gas field. With the Kudu gas field, as the minister has said and alluded to, the nature of the field has changed. The nature of the project has changed, and its ability to serve the Namibian nation has changed. And on top of that, it has now changed to be able to provide the energy resource that Africa needs. And it's through the Kudu gas field that we are going to have a project that is going to be backed with infrastructure that is going to unlock the potential not only of Namibia, but mostly of the whole Southern Africa. With the Kudu gas field development, we are going to provide you energy for the future, that is energy that is combined, energy that is suited for the climate environment that we are, energy that has the energy transition solutions already inbuilt. And with that, we are going to provide a solution that can enable us to be able to back up the renewable energy agendas that we have in Africa. With the renewable energy that we have in Namibia and the production that we are going to produce, there is still a need for us to have baseload power. As was said today on the stage, you will not industrialize on renewable energy alone. The Kudu gas to power project is then the solution that can be able to provide you the baseload power that back up the IPPs that we are having now busy generating the renewable energy in Namibia. With that, a solution is energy security, energy poverty alleviation,
and therefore industrialization for the region. And with that project, we are providing you a safe environment for you to make an investment both in the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream in Namibia. But then, on top of the Kudu, just a few kilometers from it, within the same basin, we then have what we call the game-changing discoveries within the Orange Basin. I think I don't need to dwell more on what is happening. You are aware of the discoveries, the recent discovery that we have. Shell spoke about them today. Total have also alluded to them. And these are fields that we discovered, not only one, not only two, but three discoveries. So Namibia has been on the roll as we speak. And right now, we are currently doing appraisal program for us to be able to now determine the commerciality of these discoveries that we have. That is the graph, the Yonka and the Venus. And that is a position that we hopefully will be able to come back to you and the industry by the end of the year to tell you as these appraisal drillings are ongoing. But the ambition of the Namibian government and the industry is for us to accelerate everything. Whilst we are drilling the appraisal wells, we are also still exploring even within these fields. There are more reservoirs that we keep seeing, and we therefore need to drop the beat. So we will be able to come back to you by the end of the year to give you the program going forward into commerciality and FID, and then, of course, then starting the development phase for us to see first oil in Namibia. With that being said, the plan for Namibia, for the Namibian government and the IOC and our partners that we have, is that we are going to accelerate their development. Immediately upon FID, we will commence the process of developing the field, and it is our plan that hopefully we are going to come closer to the timeline that Ghana has taken, so that we will be one of the fast-track developments in Africa and be able to see first oil. As I said, we are going to do this while being conscious of the carbon intensity and then desire for us to have a low emission for the whole sectors and be able not to protect the environment without any more climatic change. However, as a country, we offer you an opportunity. Namibia has a strategic advantage just for being at a position where we are as a country. And this is a unique opportunity that perhaps you might not be able to find a similar basket of opportunity anywhere in the world as they are occurring for you in Namibia. With that, we have a vision for the country for us to be the energy hub. With the amount of gas that we have discovered, both in the Kudu gas field and associated gas that's occurring in the Shell and the Total discovery, our plan is therefore to develop the natural gas industry in Namibia. With this, we are planning to have a pipeline. By 2024, we're planning to reach the FID for the Kudu gas field. With that plan, with that FID made, we plan to have a pipeline for us to bring the gas to the shore, because the value for this natural resource lies in us monetizing every molecule that comes out of the ground, but on the Namibian soil. We are therefore planning to develop the town of Lüderitz as a hub for the industry. We're planning to bring the molecules both from the Total, Venus, Shell, Graf, and Yonka, and the Kudu to the shore in Lüderitz through a pipeline, and we are going to have a barge, a power barge, where we'll be producing enough electricity to be able to alleviate the energy security or the energy poverty that we have in the southern of Africa. But with the amount of natural gas that we have, and with the ambition of renewable energy and the energy of the future that we have developed as a country, it also gives us an opportunity through the town of Lüderitz and the port of Lüderitz for us to be able to combine the green hydrogen ambition that we have in the country. On that image, you also have the project that the minister was alluding to for the green hydrogen. You have the Springbok area, the Dolphin area, And these two projects are going to produce the green hydrogen using the common user infrastructures that will be located within the port of Luderitz. Within the same infrastructure, Namibia's plan is also to be able to use the excess gas that we are going to have from the field to be able then to produce blue hydrogen. So it brings us an opportunity for us to be able to provide the world with the energy solution, energy of the future from one point, combining both the potential of the renewable energy and the fossil fuel and be able to move directly into the energy transition. With that being said, I think I've already said this earlier on, the opportunities for success are enormous in Namibia. Every one of those blobs that you're seeing, right from the Namib to the orange, are prospects that are waiting for your bits to drop. Each and every one of these has a potential of a discovery and of realizing a giant comparable to Venus, comparable to Graf, comparable to Yonka, and they are across the whole margin, but also not only offshore, even onshore Namibia, and these opportunities are available for you, ladies and gentlemen, for you to realize them. However, as a government, we cannot do this alone. The oil has been in the ground in Namibia for many years, but has it not been because of the formidable partnership that we have formed between ourselves, Shell, Total, Qatar Energy, Namco, and Impact, we wouldn't have made that realization. And that collaboration is what we hold dear as a government. And it's because of that that we continue to say we value our partnership. We value the partnership with you, not only with the license holders, but also the service provider, because without you service providers, we will not be able to stand here and be able to have a hope for us seeing those molecules to the surface. So you are all equally important to us. But our commitment to you as government, we're going to provide you an environment where ESG and compliance is the focal point of or is the order of the day. That will be our focus. We are going to give you our commitment that the sanctity of contract. If we say that your production license is valid for 25 years, you can be rest assured it will be valid for 25 years in Namibia. We are also giving you our words and our commitment that you are going to be working with a pragmatic government. Namibian government has the ability to able to work with you hand in hand and make sure that the solutions that you need for this project to work comes from a conversation that we have. We're going to have difficult conversation, but through those difficult conversations, solutions will be found, and we are going to apply them. On top of that, the government has also created an enabling environment for investment. We have sound policies that are designed to protect and defend your investment, and therefore, we're giving you an opportunity by working and performing on projects in Namibia. We're giving you an opportunity for you to be part of an economic growth and also human development. I don't think there's a more honor than that in the environment. So what we are saying to you is that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to share in your pain in the journey going forward, but also we will share in your gain, because that's the reason why we are here. So my call on to you today as our investor is to please help Namibia make Namibia great. We know we live in a beautiful country, but we need it to be beautiful also economically. And with that, we cannot do that without you. And it's for that reason, in order for you to help us make Namibia great, we put our focus on value creation. It's what we have as an agenda for this conference today, and that value creation, we can only attain it through local content. With local content, we are aiming to create backward and forward linkages to the economy, whilst we are waiting for those royalties, whilst we are waiting for the revenues to come in, but we want to build. On that, therefore, I invite you, the minister has already invited you today, I invite you to come to the local content policy workshop, whereby we want to have your input in designing a robust local content policy that is aimed to create a win-win situation, both for the industry and also for the Namibian government. But the commitment that I have to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that the Namibian youth is ready. The Namibian youth is in your midst today. The Namibian youth is online. The Namibian youth is at the traffic lights, at every corner. The Namibian youth is in the village, and they are there ready to provide you with the workforce that you will require to be able to deliver this industry. Through local content, we therefore require you to help us to ensure that we build capacity and that we transfer the skills and knowledge that the Namibian youth needs for them to be able to be the partners of choice for you. Not only as employees, but also as private partners that will be able to bring value to you, to your project. So for the service providers, in case the contractors and the license holder did not communicate this to you, we don't have to wait for the local content policy to come for us to be able to have value in Namibia. We already have a requirement with our petroleum agreement under clause 23 for the Namibian goods and services. And an honor and obligation is passed on to you as the service providers by the license holder that you should also make sure that for you to comply, you must ensure that you also honor the requirement of this clause. It's through this clause that we are going to build the economy, and it's through this clause that the Namibian people will participate and contribute meaningfully to the industry. On that, ladies and gentlemen, finally, what you should expect from us is that we have a proven oil and gas reserve in the Orange Basin, and we are going to deliver for you expedited projects, and the Namibian government is going to make sure of that together with partnership that we have with in our license holders. We will give you also, in the rest of the country, in other basins, world-class plays that are waiting for you to drop the bit and be able to discover your own giant. Total has theirs. We are waiting for yours, and we are here to help you. Favorable economic and physical elements will be there for you to contribute to the game changer, to have a game changer environment, and with that, it will give you an opportunity to eradicate poverty, and also we will work hand in hand with you to ensure that your projects are positive for the environment. And with that, we are looking forward to venturing with you the next phase. And as we say, our door remains open. It is an open licensing regime. You are all welcome. You are all our partners. And we will take this journey with you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you so much, Maggie, for that insightful presentation and just showing the opportunity that is in this land of the brave. Ladies and gentlemen, just again, because this is what happens when you are at the NIC, there are lots of collaboration, meeting of hearts, MOUs that are signed. I am now going to call upon, before we go to our next presentation by Mr. Chana, I am going to call upon Mr. Brian for him to come and join Madam Maggie on stage. That Mr. Brian Isep, Acting Executive Director, Ministry of Mines and Energy. Madam Maggie, for you to come back on stage, and also Mr. Paulino Geromino to come on stage. He's the Chief Executive Officer, National Oil and Gas Energy Republic of Angola. What they're going to do now, it's basically they are signing in front of us the implementation framework on the existing MOU that was signed between Namibia and Angolan government last year. So it will be great for us to witness this great moment in this particular platform between these three delegates that are standing here. the rest of the delegates, please remain seated. We have one more presentation before we break for lunch. If you can please remain seated so that we can be able to have one more presentation before we break for lunch. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Can we give, yes, we move forward now. Thank you, sir. Great things happen when you are at the Namibia International Energy Conference. We are now going to move to our last speaker before we break for lunch and go and energize our souls and our stomach. We are going to call on now Mr. Chana Kurukula, you said? Kuru Kula Surya. He's Namibia and Suriname Country Manager for Chevron International Exploration and Production. We had a session outside where he was just helping me to pronounce his surname, and it says that you must just call me Chana. So over to you, Chana. Everybody, if we can please just give him our attention. Can I please ask that the room can settle down? If the room can settle down, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Namco, partners, dignitaries, and friends, good afternoon. let me start off by saying that Chevron is honored to be participating in the 5th Namibia International Energy Conference for the first time. And we appreciate, thank you. And we appreciate the opportunity to share some of our thoughts around Chevron's aspirations in Namibia and talk about our values that we aspire to live by in the countries that host us. Let me now talk about Chevron. This map represents most major oil, products, and gas assets in the Chevron portfolio. Chevron is a fully integrated energy company, meaning that we operate in the entire oil and gas value chain. That includes the downstream, midstream, and the upstream. We have recently also established a new energies business, focusing on energy solutions that principally include carbon capture, hydrogen, methane management, and offsets. I would like to touch upon our upstream portfolio, where we not only participate in every segment of the upstream, which includes deep water, onshore conventional and unconventional production, but we also have a unique set of skills, capabilities, technologies to overcome subsurface challenges in each of these segments. Let me now touch upon one of the cornerstones of Chevron's value system, which is our commitment to partnership. At Chevron, we are committed to mutually beneficial partnerships, and we are proud to be known globally as the partner of choice. In our host countries, we are guests, and we approach this with the utmost respect and humility. We understand that living and working in our host countries is a privilege, and we can never achieve our objectives alone. So our strategy has always been to reach out and to partner with others. Let me now take a deeper dive on our activities in Namibia and Chevron's history in Africa. In 2022, we successfully acquired an operating interest in Petroleum Exploration License 90, located in the Orange Basin in the deepwater offshore Namibia. Chevron holds 80% working interest, along with Namco and Traeger, who hold 10% in the block. We have already concluded our seismic acquisition program in late February, and we are in the process of conducting our interpretation of the data. This is Chevron's third re-entry into Namibia, following the Kudu discovery in 1974, followed by a re-entry into the same block in 1996 to complete its appraisal program. As we commence exploration activities on assets in Namibia, we look forward to working in partnership with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Namco, our partners, and our communities. Let me also touch upon Chevron's history in Africa. While we recognize that Namibia rightly has its own vision for the development of its hydrocarbon sector, Chevron has partnered with host governments and has played a key role in developing complex hydrocarbon projects in Africa. We have a 100-year history in Nigeria, a long partnership in Angola, Equatorial Guinea, the Republic of Congo, and Egypt. Through our operated interest in the West Africa gas pipeline, WAGP, gas is delivered to Togo, Benin, and Ghana. I want to touch upon Chevron's deepwater portfolio, as expertise as an operator in this asset class will be essential to be successful in Namibia. It is important to note that most deep water blocks in the Orange Basin have water depths between 2,000 and 3,000 meters. These water depths bring a unique set of technological challenges that needs to be managed with the utmost safety and diligence. Chevron has multi-continental experience in the deep water and have a robust portfolio of deep water assets from the Gulf of Mexico to West Africa to the Eastern Mediterranean to Australia. We continuously engage in the transfer of knowledge and share best practices to build an advantaged deep water portfolio. This mega project experience in this asset class, both in oil and gas, positions Chevron uniquely to support Namibia's deep water exploration and production aspirations. At Chevron, we are committed to being the partner of choice. The uncompromising characteristic that Chevron embraces as being the partner of choice is to place its highest priority on the safety and well-being of our people and our communities. Today, we rank among the top petroleum producers in many of the countries where we operate. We also rank as one of the top employers with a focus on harnessing and developing local talent. At Chevron, we are committed to a diverse and inclusive supply chain, one that is reflective of the communities where we live and work. We believe a diverse supply chain, just like a diverse workforce, contributes towards our success and growth. Now I want to talk about partnership in the social investment space, as this too is a reflection of Chevron's commitment to see our communities prosper in the locations in which we are present. Our approach is partnering with local governments, businesses, non-governmental organizations, and communities to identify local needs and invest in solutions and programs that deliver measurable and lasting results. Our planned partnerships aim to strengthen local economies through programs that focus on 3 key areas: health, education, and economic development. Fundamentally, our global social impact initiatives aim to ignite and inspire new possibilities for women, families, and communities in the locations in which we operate. Partnerships with host governments are long duration in nature and can last for up to 35 years. In order to weather the challenges of any long-term partnership, there is a degree of resiliency and a spirit of collaboration that is required. At the end, the objective is to create a value proposition that favors the government as well as the investor. Governments have the power to attract foreign investors by creating an environment conducive to making investments. This is achieved by having a balanced and stable fiscal and regulatory framework that make projects more competitive and viable. Developing resources and related infrastructure takes time, potentially years. For this to become a reality, significant investments need to be made. We at Chevron see the right ingredients and a vision from the government for a rewarding long-term partnership in Namibia. In closing, I would like to say that the beauty that is abound in Namibia is only surpassed by the energy and the spirit we see in its people. We would be honored at Chevron to participate in this journey and to harness this spirit and contribute towards bringing prosperity to Namibia and its people. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this forum and to share our vision for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chana, for that, and for the first time for Chevron to be participating in this platform. We hope it will not be your last, but that you will grow together with us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch, and it is going to be a 35-minute lunch break. Just give you grace. There a 5-minute lunch break. After that, we're going to come back. We are going to have another important session, and I would like the panel for that session to please come 5 minutes before so they can be able to get mic'd and we can be able to run on time. So that will be the session that will be moderated by NJ. So if we can please make sure he gets his panel to come into the room so they can get mic'd, we really, really appreciate it. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. Thank you.
What must I now do further on there?
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. I'm about to call on Vicky Sibiya. She is the Executive Upstream Exploration Production at Namco. She's going to give us a presentation. And I think throughout yesterday and today, we've really had to come to an understanding of the importance that Namco plays in this energy sector. So also as our key sponsor for this conference, we really want to thank them and want to make sure that they can be able to share all the insights they have in terms of where the energy sector is going. I'm going to hand over to you, Vicky. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. So my name is Victoria Svea. I'm the executive for Upstream Exploration Department in Namco. Today, I'm just going to give you a talk on Namco's role in oil and gas projects in Namibia. So without wasting time, Namco is wholly owned by government. We report to the Minister of Public Enterprise. And in Namco, we have two business legs, namely the trading company, where we deal with supply logistics of refined products, as well as the exploration production company. So we were actually found in 1991 through the Exploration and Production Act. And really our role is to carry out reconnaissance, exploration, development, and production operation on behalf of Namibia, either on our own or in partnership with other companies. So just to highlight on our participation in the oil and gas industry of Namibia. So Namibia has been actively participating in the exploration sphere for the past 30 years now. So to date, we have drilled 22 exploration and appraisal wells. And in that regard, we are also really involved in the new recent discoveries in Namibia. And our role in Namco really is to make sure that we safeguard Namibia's interest in license blocks that are issued in Namibia. We have 10% participation interest in most of the licenses, and we also operate our own licenses. In addition to that, we do conduct data management on behalf of the government. So in terms of development, really, to date, we have 4 discoveries. So the first one was Kudu, where we are anticipating development to start in 2024. And we are working together with our partners in the block that we just recently discovered to make sure that we really support them in the appraisal campaigns for us to go to the development stage. So to date, we don't have any project in production. We hope that at least by 2026, Kudu will come on board. So for this presentation, I'll focus on the upstream part. Okay, just to give you a highlight on Namco participation and the current activities in the country. So as I already alluded to, the yellow blocks on the map is where we have 10% average carried interest for Namco. And the orange blocks, that's where we are also operating, Namco having an extensive stake on those blocks. So in addition to that, really we can say that we see increased exploration activities in the country. So most of it is really more focused on the Orange Basin, which is clear where we have the recent oil discoveries. We have seen a lot of operators acquiring seismic data in 2022, and we are currently drilling several wells, appraisal wells. And potentially, we are going to do exploration wells on other blocks as well. So Ludras Basin is the most quiet one. On that block, really, we are actually, as Namco, have a mandate to make sure that we conduct studies and be able to promote these blocks to international companies to come in to join us to actually develop these blocks further. So we are busy with geological and geophysical studies on those blocks. In addition to that, we have plans to acquire 2D seismic data, either by the end of 2023 or early 2024. So in addition to that, we are seeing really an increased activities in Valves Basin. The reason being, we have also identified similar plays to the one that is where we discovered oil in Venus. We are seeing Albion fans being present in some of the blocks, especially on Pearl 82, where we are operating and together with Custos, our partner. So in addition to that, really, we also realized that we do have another basin extending into Angola. And in that basin, really, we do really applaud Exxon for coming on the block and take up an extensive acquisition of 3D seismic data, which we are currently analyzing. Okay, just to highlight on the fact that Namibia is now the new hotspot in terms of exploration spot in the region. We have actually conducted studies in the country. We have done the prospect inventory project for the entire offshore Namibia in Namco, where we have identified plays mostly in the shallow waters, mostly clastic deposits, and also really distributed carbonate plays as well. So in addition to that, we are also now considering really hunting more into the deep water geology, where we are seeing the Albion fans really extending from Orange Basin all the way to Valves Basin. And we are currently conducting those studies. We do have data available in Namco, or we can approach PGS for the deep water seismic data. Okay, so I think there's no doubt that we can all agree that Namibia is really rich with hydrocarbon potential, because the first well drilled in Namibia encountered gas, which is Kudu-1 well. And thereafter, we continued really realizing discoveries as well as encountering both gas and oil shores. So to start in Nami Basin, Kunene-1 well was drilled in 2008, sorry. And that well encountered gas shores, which shows that in that basin we have potential for hydrocarbon presence as well. So in addition to that, really, if we go down to the Valves Basin, we have the famous Windhoek well, which really set us aside to show that Namibia have potential for oil discoveries as well. In addition to that, really, we also encountered some shores in most of the wells which are located in the Orange Basins, where we do have both oil and gas shores, including the recent oil discoveries. So in Namco, because we do have privilege of having this database, we conduct studies and refine our models. So we keep on identifying more plays. And we've realized that we have hydrocarbon plays all the way from the Sin Rift, the lower Cretaceous up to the upper Cretaceous. It's just a matter of really identifying and de-risking your prospects. Okay, so I think the question that the public really will be asking is, what is Namco's contribution to accelerate the development for these recent discoveries? I think Namco is well positioned really as an NOC, as we are viewed as the custodian of the country's resource, really being owned by government. So we do provide technical and really government advice to the JV partners in line with our Joint and Petroleum Agreement for us to meet government expectations. So in addition to that, really Namco we serve as a catalyst between government and JV partners. So we strike the balance through JV alignment, whereby really we optimally develop these projects so that we can really be in line with the legal requirements of the country. So this is really a win-win strategy for us between government and JV partners, because really we help government to make sure that we really benefit from this resource, as well as allow the IOCs really to recoup their investments, even make meaningful profits from this resource. So in conclusion, I would say that Namibia is one of the underexplored regions with potential for hydrocarbon discoveries. As you have seen from the maps, really we do have a lot of evidence for us to say that we have hydrocarbon potential. So in addition to that, Namibia offers an opportunity to access underexplored basins with minimal commitments. I think some of the companies in Namibia can attest to that. So in addition to that, the recent oil discoveries just proved the deep water plays as well for Namibia. So lastly, really Namco is a strategic company, is a strategic partner to the company operating in Namibia. And we are really committed to jointly work with our partners to make sure that we really successfully develop these oil and gas discoveries in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vicky, for that. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that the operating word for today is collaboration and partnership, and making sure that when we leave this place, we all know who are the role players, who are the people that we could actually connect with, that could make us sure that all these discoveries that are coming up, as we saw from Maggie's presentation, we can make sure that they work well for the country and for the continent. With that said, I'm now going to call our next panel that is going to be moderated by NJ Ayuk. And this panel is going to be discussing the topic of Namibia Upstream Oil and Gas Insight, the journey towards value creation. As you know, the topic or the theme for this conference, it's about creating value, so it's important that we actually unpack it and make sure that we have experts that can be able to help us to unpack it. NJ is going to introduce his panelists who are already mic'd. Thank you so much for that. And let's again give them the, oh, please go to that side. Who will make sure that we really understand.
It's right there.
That's Bridget having a conversation there. Thanks for being a co-host with me, Bridget. It's really, really appreciated. So I'm now going to call on NJ, and he will introduce his panelists, and we will take it from there. Ladies and gentlemen, like with the previous panel, if you...
The second one was to discuss the ability of the industry to provide energy for Africa, and for Namibia in particular. The third point was related to transparency, inclusiveness, which underlined the local content. And the fourth was related to responsible management of the resources. I have good news for you guys. My presentation will touch the 4 points and will be very specific to the third point, which is the local content capacity building. Even more so, I listen also very attentively to many presentations here, and especially the last one from Dr. Evelyn, and the point number 4, which talked about responsible companies. I read very attentively each point that was on the slide, and I really want to believe that SLB meets the expectation of a responsible company. So, for you guys to agree with me, please listen to me on the next 15 minutes. Thank you. So I'll start by saying, with a legacy of about 100 years, we've been very proud to be the service industry leader in the oil and gas industry. But understanding the dynamics of the industry in the last few years, and I will not kill you guys with details of the challenges that the industry is facing, my friend Adriano did a great job on analyzing the trilemma which is being discussed today. And with that in mind, we, as a responsible company, we have evolved from what we were known to be the Schlumberger to SLB. And here today, with the challenges that we heard today, SLB would like to make a public commitment that our objective for Namibia is that by 2028, we'll have 70% of our workforce to be Namibians, of which 45% will be female. So let me tell you how we're going to unlock that. I mentioned that we've been unquestionably the leaders of the service sector in oil and gas industry, and very responsible, understanding the dynamics of the industry. We have evolved from what we were previously called Schlumberger to today becoming the SLB. The gods of technology will work, hopefully. There you go. So, yeah, I'll use this one here. Unless the technician. Now people will go to sleep.
technology report. Adriano, please. Where is Laurent? We can talk offline. Thank you. So as I was saying, we have evolved from being the leading service company in oil and gas industry to become the global technology company which will drive innovation in the energy space for a balanced planet. Very loaded words, very high commitment, and I will break it down into pieces. How are we going to drive innovation in the energy space? We will drive innovation in the energy space by leading the way in decarbonizing the oil and gas industry as a first pillar. The second, we'll continue to innovate in an environment to drive costs down and reduce the carbon footprint, and there was a lot of discussions about this subject in the past. Thirdly, we will accelerate the deployment of new energies. And fourth, we will deploy digital at scale. We believe dearly on the power of the digital, and there was one great engineer that sat on the previous panel that did a much better job of selling than I would do, who has highlighted just the importance and the power and the value that digital is unlocking in accelerating the processes from, by reducing timing and increasing performance. Now, I will talk to you about the balanced planet piece of my presentation. What are we going to do in order to achieve this balanced planet? So as a company, we've also selected 3 pillars which we're going to be focusing on. And the first one is the climate action. The climate action is very much related to what I've mentioned before, which will be our quest to reduce the carbon footprint of the industry by deploying a roadmap to achieve carbon neutrality for SLB by 2050. We're going to assist our customers to decarbonize their operations, and we will deploy new energies to accelerate the energy transition. The second pillar that we're going to work on will be the nature. We will spare no efforts to safeguard the biodiversity, and we will protect the natural resources. The third pillar, which is the one that is related to my talk today, will be the people. And just like any organization, people are by far the most valuable resources that any organization can have. And here, the very first pillar is the in-country value creation. This is what I'm going to give you a little more details on how we're going to execute to achieve our goal of having 70% of Namibians by 2028. All of this will happen simply if we adopt the enablers that we have. One of them will be the governance. I will spare you with details on the governance. It's absolutely important that we deliver to our commitment. So we will continue to report our efforts and provide the roadmap for us to achieve goals such as our ambition to become a carbon neutral by 2050. The second point is we are going to enable the local teams. Enabling the local teams will mean that the teams on the ground will be able to define their specific sustainability plans. There's been a lot of discussions about this as well, and clearly the meaning of sustainability of someone that lives in Norway is not the same meaning of sustainability of someone that lives in Namibia. We heard a lot, and it's a big talk, the discussion about the just transition. So here, as a company, we decided to, instead of taking a top-down approach, to have the decision at the grassroots levels, and the management teams in the country to decide what is important for the geographies that they have. Collaboration has been said over and over again, and for us, we also believe that this will be an accelerator in order for us to achieve this sustainability. Let me give you some examples of what we have done in Namibia in the last 2 years. To achieve what we have done in the last 2 years, we used this 6-pillar framework, the in-country value framework, which is basically a human-centric framework. It touches 4 of the pieces are related to the man. We believe on technology as an enabler. And finally, the focus on supply chain. As you guys can see, we have a very stringent focus on collaboration with universities. We have a very good focus on the community outreach with the schools and the community that we live. And above all, and the pillar of this, is our human capital development, which is basically centers around our ability to go in the most remote areas of the world, find the greatest talent, train, develop, and hopefully retain them within the company. So let me give you specific examples for Namibia now. On the human capital piece, allow me to present the picture of our Namibian teams today. As it stands, we have about 52 employees in Namibia today, of which about 43% are Namibian nationals. We are very happy to announce that so far we have hired 5 field engineers, and 4 field specialists who are with us, 4 of them attending intensive 3-month engineering training in Abu Dhabi today for the next 3 months. So it's not a dream, it's real. We are hiring, we are training, and we started the road of developing Namibians for the oil and gas industry. A very interesting piece of story as well is that this is not the first pack of Namibians that we hired. Actually, the very first Namibian that SLB has hired was in 1988, and the gentleman already retired after 30 years of a very successful career with us. So we know what to do, we've done elsewhere in the world, and we are absolutely sure that we're going to do exactly the same in Namibia, what we have done in the other countries of the world. On the supply chain, we are expanding the supply base, we're expanding the base of our suppliers. Today, we have more than 30 suppliers that are in our database, Namibian local suppliers, of which 15 of them have active interaction and business with us. Our target is to expand that to about 35 to 40 at the end of the year, but more so, have meaningful business and capacity development with them. And I have 2 examples to share with you guys here. The first one is with the local company, which we onboarded to provide transportation services to us. For those who know SLB, you may know that we have a very stringent transportation standard, one of the highest and leader in the industry when it comes to transportation safety. And we realized that the capacity on the ground was not there. So we engaged a local company. We helped them through our health and safety management system to train them, onboard them, and bring them to the standards that we have everywhere else in the world. So the company is now working for us, providing outstanding services, and we know that even some of our customers are interested to have a conversation and potentially some business relationship with them. The second example is also a project that we are very, very proud of it, which has been a collaboration between SLB and a small SME, Namibian SME, who has allowed the company to build an explosive bunker with international standards. The project is done. We utilize somewhat the capacity that was already in country. The company already provides explosive business to the mining industry. Bear in mind that the standards are slightly different to ours. So we built on that capacity to elevate them, and today they have a fully compliant bunker, which we'll be using for the appraisal campaign in the course of the next year or so. We are at the very last minute of certification of the bunker, and we hope that this will be concluded hopefully in the next couple of weeks or so. Finally, on the community outreach, I'd like to share with you guys the engagement that we had with the universities. So in last September, our training and recruitment department was in Namibia, and they visited the major educational institution They had meetings with the University of Science and Technology of Namibia, with the University of Namibia, and with the Triumph College, where they were able to present to more than 500 students on a career fair and able to test 350 engineers and technicians. It's from this pool that we selected the 15 that they are joining with us today. So there's a lot of talents out there, and we can certainly share some of these names with those companies that would be interested to do so. On the educational outreach, as I said before, we truly believe in the ability of the men to make a difference. And when we go into a country, instead of looking just at the top, we have a program of looking at the quality and intensity of education from the ground up. So we have the SEED, what is called the SEED, which is SLB Excellence in Education Program and Development, which basically engages with the children and community to excite them to learn about STEMs. So we have our professionals go into the technical schools and have them to play with the chemistry, with electricity, with electrical, with atoms and all of that, to foster the curiosity and the passion for sciences and technology. With that, we have other programs which tackle students in the high school and technical level. And then we have the University Ambassadorship Program, which I mentioned. And for postgraduate and higher education, we have the SLB Faculty of the Future, which also provides scholarship mainly for women to acquire higher education in STEM-related disciplines. So we cover, in essence, the full educational range from a child up to advanced education. Finally, community development. This is an area that we worked extensively as well last year. We had lots of engagement with the community. We organized a lot of workshops and knowledge sharing sessions with lots of with the community and different stakeholders in Namibia. We met with the Radiation Authority in Namibia to explain to them the need of use of radioactive material in the oil and gas industry. We met with the police, with Namibian police, to explain to them the need of use of explosives in the oil and gas industry. So in general, we've done a lot of community outreach really to raise the awareness to the different stakeholders of what the oil and gas industry is and how they can help in a way. So we are very, very proud of what we've done, and obviously we will continue doing so going forward. I will now take us just a few minutes and let you guys know that we have published our Global Sustainability Report 2 weeks ago. So I encourage you guys to pay a little visit to that site and read what SLB has been doing in the last 12 months in regards to the sustainability program. You will be amazed with the things that we're doing across the world, and please pay special attention to what we're doing in Africa in particular, which we are very, very proud of what we're doing. Moving on, so the plan for 2023, in line with this framework that I described, so we're going to be focusing on, again, on gender balance, quality of education, creating opportunity growth for the community, reduction of CO2, and water access. Water access is an area that we have a special focus, and we know that I heard very attentively to our customer, Recon Africa, that we know there's a lot of drought in the north of Namibia, and it's an area that we want to collaborate jointly with the customer. To finalize, as I said, our public commitment is to have 70% of Namibians in 2028, and with 45% of this workforce to be female. Thank you very much, and I will leave you with the picture that I just received this morning of our 4 engineers who are being absolutely massacred in the next 3 months and training to become the next cementing and drilling fluid engineers operating in Namibia in 3 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miguel, and also thank you for sharing with us some of the commitments that you are making as a business towards local development and also the empowerment of women. I hope when we come back to NIEC in the next few years, we'll be able to see some of those ladies that you have employed and that you have met your targets. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to our last panel discussion. This is the panel that is going to be discussing local content. I think we saw yesterday when we were having our strategic sessions and those master classes, how everybody was so interested in the local content component of those sessions. This is something that has been mentioned throughout our presentation to make sure that not only the business or government benefit from all this oil finds, but the people, the ordinary people of Namibia also are able to be uplifted. And we need to make sure that there is a plan for that. It's not something that's just going to happen. There has to be planned for that. So the topic that's going to be discussed and moderated by NIEC is local content, a catalyst for in-country shared value and inclusive transformation. So I'm going to ask the panel member to make their way. NIEC will introduce them, but before they start, we are just going to have a quick presentation by Nilian, who's going to speak to us about the local content. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Petroleum Training and Education Fund. So while everybody else, the panelists, make their way and take a seat, she will come and just do a quick presentation for us. Then we will get into the meat of this particular panel discussion. NIEC, please make your way up. And Nilian, the stage will be yours. Thank you so much, ladies, and the rest of the team that's coming. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I promise you, we saved the best for last. In this conversation, we are going to talk about real people, real lives, and how lives in Namibia will be impacted by the oil and gas industry. Welcome to Namibia, everybody. It's very exciting times for us as Namibia. Every other colleague in Namibia that I speak to, we are all talking about how busy we are, but how excited we are at the same time. I'll give you an overview of what has been going on in Namibia in the space of local content. Local content is not new to us as Namibia, but we are recognizing the fact that we will now have to do more because we have discoveries. I'll have a presentation that will cover just a few slides just to give you a flavor. I did not want to talk much about what we do, but in the spirit of all the conversations that have taken place for the last 2 days, I think it's appropriate that I touch on that very briefly. Our mandate is to build capacity for Namibia's oil and gas industry. We are funded by operators that are granted petroleum exploration licenses in Namibia. We therefore have a vision which provides for the fact that we would like our country to be sustained, our industry to be sustained by competent Namibians. And our vision is that all people employed in Namibia should actually be well-trained and they should be deployed in the various sectors of the economy. Now, we have 3 legal instruments that guide our creation. It's the Petroleum Act itself, particularly Section 14. We have our own deed of trust, and lastly, the very famous local content policy, which is under draft. Also, I'm very happy to announce this you have heard over the past few days, that we have 4 confirmed discoveries, 1 in 1974, and 3 successive ones since last year, 2 in February by Shell and Total, and another one by Shell. We also would like to note that with all these discoveries, currently, as you have heard from the various speakers, appraisal programs are continuing, but at the same time, there's a lot of activity in terms of exploration. So there's a myriad of activities throughout the spectrum involving exploration. Now, local content. What is local content? I must say that I'm not a fan of the word local content because it can be slightly misleading. But generally, what does local content mean? It's a conversation that talks about promoting local companies to be able to participate in the industry competitively. It's also a conversation that talks about giving opportunities to locals to be able to be trained and provided with employment. In a nutshell, those are the key components that I'll mention now. Now, what are we doing in Namibia as part of in-country value creation? I'll share with you just a few programs that I would like you to note, and I'll move very quickly. The program that we run covers a couple of aspects. It does have very strong components of training, very strong components of employing Namibians, and very strong components of ensuring that our institutions are capacitated. And of course, the last aspects, which is sourcing of goods and services in Namibia, technology transfer, and of course, lastly, we want to see some R&D taking place in the country. Now, what are we doing under those four programs those few programs that I mentioned? We have a very active scholarship program that we have been running in the country since 1993. We also offer to some of our graduates certification for them to be able to be deployed offshore. We also have a relationship with our stakeholders to provide internship for some of our graduates. We also have relationship to provide job attachments. And lastly, as you note right there at the bottom, we have two programs that we want to pursue very actively and aggressively. We want to make sure that we have favorable MOUs that will assist us to fast-track further training of Namibians. Of course, lastly, I'll share with you on the work that we are done to assess the skills that are available presently in the market following the discoveries. Now, I'll not go into the details of the programs. I'm very happy to share with you statistics. The fund was established in 1993. We have to date trained 368 Namibians. Of the 368, 63 were provided with further specialization in oil and gas. And of those 63, only 3 are not in the industry. The rest of the 60 are presently in the industry. This speaks to about 95% assimilation into the industry. At the moment, the program has 48 students into the program. We are targeting by the end of the year to have at least 76 students on the program. Total cost spent since 1993, we are proud to report that we have spent 98.8 million Namibian dollars in training since the fund was established. Now, a few details. Job attachments are a collaboration between ourselves and various stakeholders. I'd like to single out the National Oil Company, the Ministry of Mines and Energy, Recon Africa, Shell, Total Energies, BW Energy. They've all have been partners in taking our students. MOUs, we are very happy that we want to pursue this somewhat very actively. We so far have 3 MOUs that we are working on. One is concluded and signed, where we are supporting some of our stakeholders by managing their training funds. If I may move quickly, I talked about the effort we put in place to react to the discoveries. We put a call in the industry in February where we invited Namibians that have an interest in the industry to send in CVs so that we can build a database. In the event that there's a need for skills, we have a database to dip into. I'm happy to say that the response was fairly good. We received 9,000 CVs, you can imagine, and this is over a period of 4 weeks. So this demonstrates to you that the conversation that you need to train personnel in the country is possible because the interest is very high. We will proceed and process the data, and once we process the data, of course, it's available at any time whenever skills are called upon. And I'm happy to report that while the data was being processed, we've already submitted 25 CVs, which are being considered for opportunities. Capacitating institutions, we've got a good collaboration with the University of Namibia. We supported them to roll out the MSc Petroleum Geology at the university since 2015. I'd like to single out SLB. They provided the software used at the university for research. And also Halliburton is in conversation with the University of Namibia on that purpose. I'd like to encourage others that have similar software to also follow. Areas that we would like to strengthen going forward, we have a keen interest in making sure that the skills that are required now, which is oil and gas TVET, are ramped up. I skipped a slide where I wanted to comment on the fact that our intention to roll out TVET oil and gas skills are very advanced. We are targeting the last quarter of 2023 to do so. We want to continue with job attachments. They are a big value in transferring skills and employment. We also want to continue engagements that will lead into relationships that will be reduced in writing for various purposes. We want you as the industry focal people to participate in career fairs to promote opportunities within the industry. We want to co-fund so that we can train more personnel and, of course, share some industry intelligence. And lastly, we would like our local institutions to be capacitated, and that we can do jointly, so we welcome conversations around that. I'm running through it very quickly because it's meant to just give you a high-level overview of the fact that in-country value creation is not new in Namibia, but we want to do more to respond to the growing demand and interest in the area. That was a very quick high-level overview. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Welcome everyone to the local content discussion. The panel discussion you're about to listen to is titled A Catalyst for In-Country Shared Value and Inclusive Transformation. I'm your moderator for today. My name is Onyeka Cindy Ojobo. I'm a director at Centurion Law Group. I would introduce my panelists. First we have Ms. Nilian Mulemi, who is the CEO of Petrofund. A round of applause, please, if you may. And then we have Carlo McLeod, who is for Petroleum Affairs, Ministry of Mines and Energy. Then we have Gemma Langley, who is the head of Permanent Local Content Committee Secretariat at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries of Trinidad and Tobago. And then I have Tariq Beret, who is the Business Development Manager at Technip Energies. And last, and certainly not least, we have Sergio Ferreira, who is a local energy advisor for Sub-Saharan Africa at the Norwegian Energy Partners. Okay, so I know that we've overrun the time for today, so I wouldn't waste your time. I'll just go straight into the discussions for today. Following from the presentation we just had, I would like to ask Carlo, if you may, what steps is Namibia taking to strengthen local content requirements? How is the policy aligned to the national development goals of the country?
Thank you, Onyeka, and good afternoon to you all. I think today local content is a topical issue. It has been a topical issue the last 5 to 10 years. However, in the Namibian situation, if you look at our laws, when the country gained independence in 1990, in 1991, we basically enacted a law that placed conditions on the license holders, and those conditions, the issues that speaks to local content have already been embedded by then. By that time, there was no concept of local content, but it was an issue of creating in-country value. So what steps have been taken? I think our forerunners before us have made sure that these conditions have been set right for Namibia. Of course, the question will be, have we done enough? As we all know that until recently, Namibia has been a frontier country. And we have only been experienced in terms of exploration. We are still moving into development and production, so it is quite difficult to see how these conditions and the policy that we are busy crafting will play out. However, what we can say is that we have high ambitions that, you know, the operators, the government, as well as Namco will see to it that the best value is created in country, so that an investment that is being attracted does not only goes to revenues such as taxes and royalties, but then there should be broader-based form of empowerment so that, you know, more value is created in country in terms of services, in terms of management and development of manpower. Development of manpower, that's correct, as well as creating also ownership to an extent where Namco is also partaking part of this value chain, and also another layer that we want local companies, private companies also to be part and parcel of this local content process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Carlo. And Nilian, you just gave a beautiful presentation on what Petrofund is and what Petrofund is doing. I'd like you to add to that. How is the local content policy aligned with the goals of Namibia's country goals?
Right, thank you very much, and thank you for the question. First and foremost, the key attributes of local content or in-country value, as it may, is you would like to see certain aspects reflected in your understanding of local content. You would like to see that your interventions are recognizable, they are sustainable, there's participation, participatory, access is widely known, and of course, lastly, some aspects of funding if it's possible. Now, I'll react to the question on the basis of the mandate of the Petrofund. Our mandate is to make sure that the aspect of local content which is key is to ensure that the industry has workforce. So we would like to have workforce that first and foremost are well-trained with a lot of pride, because when you train with pride, you ensure that you provide opportunities to be trained at institutions that are accredited. Secondly, you would like to be able to offer your graduates internship and necessary support. And lastly, you would like to see that they're employed. So the alignment really is our part of the contribution to the pie is we train very well, and we put in interventions to make sure that opportunities for employment are open.
Thank you, Nilian. I'd like to get an outside perspective. So, Jama, how can local content benefit the Namibian people and the supply sector, as well as create a positive investment climate?
Thanks for the question, Anika. Before I answer the question, I'd like to lay some context around who I am. I am Jama Langley. 26 years of experience in the energy sector. I started in the exploration department at an international oil company, moved to the development, the procurement. I've worked through in project development, people development, supplier development, competency development, you name it, I've done it. So I would like to bring a perspective from both the IOC perspective as well as the Ministry of Energy perspective, so public versus local. I've worked most of my 26 years in projects. What my answer to that question is that before you actually look at how local people and businesses can benefit while with the investment climate remain stable, you first have to look at the demand. For the yesterday and today, I heard a lot of local content. We need to build capability. Has that been done? We have, based on my knowledge and what I've taken up over the last 2 days, today and yesterday, I heard that certain companies are building 1, 2, 3, 4 for their own use. What needs to happen for an impact on the Namibian economy and the workforce and the supplier force is that you need to define the demand. What does the international oil companies need? What are their demands? You need to take it from current position, mid, and long-term position. What do they need in order to generate their business, to move forward? Because what you're going to hear later on is that, yes, we want to recruit Namibians, but they don't have the competence to do the job. So you need to look at this from a competence level as well. What does the operator need? And when I say what the operator needs, that is going to feed down into the third-party service providers, because they have the contract with the government. They need to educate the government what they need. That needs to be aggregated, not on a field development level, but it needs to be done at a project-by-project level, because the investment is made at a project level. So you need to do that, and then you need to aggregate it across. Company IOCs deal on a long-term basis, so they know what projects are coming on. Whether or not the project is named or not, the workforce has already been planned. Yeah, they know how many engineers they need. They know how many project management they need. They know whether it's going to be a foreigner, expatriate that is, or whether it's going to be local. If it's going to be a foreigner, they know whether it's going to be a company, or else if it's going to be a contractor. And the best time in order to get local content done is in the appraise stage, where the IOCs can build it into the projects. Because if you wait too long, it is going to be too late and they'll tell you they cannot do it. Yeah? So once you establish the demand, then you know exactly what the companies need on an aggregated level. So you need how many engineers you'll need over time. What are the technology that's required? Yeah? What are the equipment that's required? The skills and competence. Once you know the skills and competence, you can speak to the educational institutions and you can build it into the curriculum. For the local suppliers, they can now plan their business. If you don't know the demand, you can't plan. You can't face the bank. If you know you have this demand for 10 years, I may need a helicopter, I may need helicopters, I can plan that. If it's for one project, the bank might say, no, it's not sustainable. So you need to understand that. And once that is done, then the government can what they can actually do then is to supply the needs of the IOCs. If not, the employees that are going to man the projects are going to be fully expatriates. And it has to be capacity. Yeah? You need that mass. Yeah. You cannot just say we are training 4, 5, 6. It has to be a critical mass based on the demand.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thanks, Gemma. And I just want to, same question to Tariq, really, but as an operator, Technip has a lot of projects on the continent. What are your thoughts?
Firstly, thank you very much. Perhaps a small introduction of Technip Energies. We are 15,000 women and men passionately engineers who love what we do. We develop large projects. So our approach to this, firstly, it's local content is for us is a business necessity, so it's not something that we offer. We actually work on a win-win basis. And I would take the example of a near example from here of what we have been doing in Mozambique. And I think this will exemplify and will probably answer the question. So in 2017, we had no existence in Mozambique. Nevertheless, with the pipeline of projects, as Gemma just highlighted, the visibility of what can be done in the coming 10, 15, 20 years, especially in the LNG domain, we were able to invest. Today we have more than 100 engineers in Maputo with an office, out of which I can say 97% are Mozambican. Out of which 34% are women, so which is actually higher than the rates of women in Technip Energies as a group, which just highlighted our commitment to gender equality in Africa. This will allow, actually the pipeline of projects allowed us to build up this entity, these engineers, to form them, to train them, to support them. Today we are executing projects in Mozambique, where also they are tendering out of Mozambique as an independent entity. They even support part of our projects outside of Africa, in the Middle East. So we were able to come in, to invest, to form, to train, and to take benefit, and of course to return, which is actually the main driver, is a fair return for everyone. And at the end of the day, we are today Mozambican in Mozambique. So hopefully, as we will have visibility on the project in Namibia, we could replicate in a way or another this example. My only, I would say, what I see as a blind spot today is actually the conjunction of projects that we're seeing. We're seeing projects from the oil and gas, but also some green hydrogen and green ammonia that could all culminate in the same time. So probably we need to think collectively of how we can actually manage all of this demand and all of this workforce, and that will be coming in the would be actually a reality in the coming 5 to 10 years.
Great. I mean, and it's great news to hear that, you know, that what Technip is doing in Mozambique, 96% is a very high number.
97%. Actually, we have just 2 expats out of the 100. We hope we were even higher. So perhaps one day we'll be 100%. Yeah.
That is great. Thank you. A round of applause for that. That's actually quite impressive to hear, really. While I'm still on you, Tariq, I just want to move further and then ask you, what role can the local industry play in developing and advancing the national economy? And what strategies can we put in place to fund a local content?
I mean, we are an engineering company at the end of the day. So what we bring in, and we are actually in the designing and implementation of large projects. We are a little bit downstream of the upstream industry, if I can say so. But we peak in terms of we need a lot of engineers, perhaps not the same skill set as today's we're talking about in Petrofund, but hopefully one day we will be able to discuss about project management and mechanical engineers and HSC engineers, because we will need a lot of them. So at the end of the day, we work on employment, as we're saying, but we also try to collaborate with the education to build up the right mindset and the talents that we will use for ourselves, but also we will allow the market to use if we are unable to retain them. And of course, through these 2 elements, we are able to do some capacity building at the human capital level. And of course, as we are going into the implementation, we work closely with the local stakeholder and contractor and subcontractor in the value chain, if it's in the procurement side or in the construction site. So our approach is really from an early stages of a project. We come to the country, we try to evaluate the baseline of what is really existing in the country, because at the end of the day, the best people that can execute a project are the locals. And based on this evaluation, we will be able to understand what we will need to bring from outside and what need to be, I would say, procured and inside the country, with, of course, an element of capacity building and helping them into growing into, in terms of quality and safety and so on. So this is something that we have been doing very successfully all around, and we are looking forward to implement it here in Namibia.
Absolutely. And interesting, you mentioned education. And so I'll ask Nilian, should education programs be included in local content policies?
Absolutely, absolutely. The backbone of local content is to ensure that the country where you are extracting a resource, there is social license to operate. You would like the host country to be able to appreciate your presence, for the lack of a better word. And what a better way to do it by ensuring that you participate in training your workforce, making sure that after they are trained, they are employed, and of course, your financial statistics will tell you that it's actually the right thing to do. Because if you hire local personnel, you are cutting your costs. You cut costs of, in our case, the operations are offshore. There will be a requirement that if you bring in experts, you have to provide for them to go back home to their families and back home to work. You will cut that because then you will build a relationship with the local personnel. There will be an element of travel back and forth, but it will not be as costly as it would be if you hired experts. So it's the right thing to do from a financial perspective, but it's the right thing to do from a social license perspective, because you will have a very good collaborative relationship with the host country. So it's very important that the backbone of policies of this nature should embed training, providing the necessary mentorship, internship, job attachments, and employ. And when you employ, let it not just be employment at an entry point. You should continue training to the point that, and to the credit of my colleague here, that your numbers should start tilting so that operations are managed locally. It is also sustainable in the long run. You will mitigate a lot of public backlash. You will mitigate a lot of investment in stakeholder engagement because the operations are managed by the local personnel. So we would like to see that policies of this nature, as a basic, you would like to see that training and workforce deployment, capacitating institutions so that the training, the turnarounds are very good because the institutions are local, therefore they're very accessible, they are affordable. So it's an absolute yes that policies of this nature should have education as a primary goal.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nilian. And I want to bring an outside perspective as well. So Sergio, how can the human capital resources and local companies become part of the value chain? And what skills are necessary for the oil and gas value chain?
So, hello, thank you for the opportunity. Before I dive into the question, just give a background. My name is Sergio Ferreira. I had an extensive experience in the industry. I was hired by Chevron in Angola to build the local content. So I'm very passionate about that, not just from a professional standing point, but as being young African, I consider myself young, right? So African is also the responsibility, because at the end of the day, this is your home country, and whatever happens, the social impact of having the oil and gas industry changes the dynamics of the country. People come and go, but at the end of the day, our children, our grandchildren will remain. And that's, apart from the business perspective, there's also the social responsibility where the local people needs to be involved, because local content is diverse, right? What is local content in Nigeria and Kenya, I travel across the continent, is not the same in Angola, because the social dynamics in the continent are different. gender, social dynamics, regional dynamics. We need to pay attention to that, right? So, and that's why I think that the local business community has a huge role to play, because me, myself, after quitting my job at Chevron, start my own companies, now I have 300 people working for me. I own the company. 100% of my working force is local. So those, I have some people who know me. They know the effort that it takes and the sense of responsibility, because once you live in the community, the conversation changes, right? You know the struggles your employee is going through. You know when he doesn't get his salary at the end of the month because maybe he's carrying 50 to 20 people. So it's the sense of responsibility once you're running your business, serving both the operator, because you have that responsibility and commitment. It's a huge responsibility, because I hear a lot of people talking about the opportunities, but also the commitment that it comes on our side to deliver once we sign the contract with the operators, because the job has to be done. Otherwise, the impact is tremendous. So we need to have that conversation. The impact, the social impact is huge. There's a lot of benefits, because my experience, I'm not saying that it's done everywhere, we talk about statistics, right? But my experience, a great percentage of the money that flows within the industry rarely stays in the country, right? So, but if you hire a great percentage of local companies that generates jobs and train locals that live within the standards and requirements of the industry, I'm a perfect example. A great percentage of the money stays in country, spent in country, because someone mentioned expats. Expats are not paid locally, right? I'm not saying it's good or bad, but expats are not paid locally. So, which means a great percentage of that cash flow that circulates within the industry goes out of the country. They don't build anything, right? And nobody's demanding people to build. So that's one of the advantage of having a dialogue, an open dialogue about local content, because that dialogue needs to be open. There's a lot of variables, tangible and intangibles, that needs to be taken into consideration. And the time perspective is also important. That's our experience. We travel across the continent, and what we try to do actually is trying to have a dialogue with the local entities and understand what are the social dynamics, because there's also risk that you change, you tip over the balance within society and causing other situations. So that dialogue and having the time perspective and building local content is quite crucial. That's our experience. So in terms of skills, I think I will tie it up to the as Gemma mentioned here, the level of ambition that the country has, right? I think in Africa we have an outstanding example that from African perspective I look at, which are the Nigerians, right? Where their position in the value chain in the industry is quite respectful. It took them time to get there. I think after that, I think Angola comes after that, where a great percentage of Angolans are claiming position. We went to work for the oil and gas industries. We got the experience. Some of us came to executive positions, and we got the experiences and network. And now we're on the other side providing service to the companies. That's also another benefit of generating jobs to locals, because they understand the language. You mentioned supply chain, right? I'm a professional, a supply chain professional where the contracts are signed. So once you understand the language, the dynamics, and the level of expectations, then you better prepare to go back and train the people. So you, over time, grow your position within the value chain, because I don't think it's possible to start talking about doing engineering work at this point. Even such a basic thing like supply chain management is quite complex, right? Lead times and all those sort of things. But you need to have an ambition. You need to have a vision to know where you want to get. And then also have that commitment for all the players involved, so each one actually delivers, so you are accountable. Because at the end of the day, we are all accountable to the society, right? So that's my vision about that.
Thanks, Sergio. And I see Gemma was, nodding along. I'm going to get your thoughts. So the question was, how can the human capital resources and local companies become part of the value chain, and what skills are necessary for the oil and gas value chain?
You need to educate the suppliers, or all stakeholders in the industry. What are the opportunities, as I mentioned before? And you need to start looking at supplier development. Once they understand what is available, what needs to be done, you need to coach them. Yeah, supplier development plays an important part. The IOCs, one thing I can actually attest to, they do have the processes. They have excellent processes. They're really big into supplier development. Yeah, across the value chain, you need to map that value chain. What activities fall within each phase of the value chain? And what do they need to do? What does it comprise of? What are the competence that a supplier needs? Yeah? What are the competence that an employee needs? The value chain is very important, so it dictates what is going to happen, what happens in that phase. So, for instance, a company may say, okay, I want to do painting, or I may want to do procurement, I may want to do logistics. They need to understand what goes into it. They need to know what part of the value chain. Does it stay in one part of the value chain, or does it go across the value chain? So they need to know what is involved. For the employees, it is not very far from the suppliers. They also need to understand what competence they need to acquire. Now, when the oil or gas organization, the IOCs, as I said, they're very much into competence. What they do is they play with the names of the job, the roles. But what they cannot play with is the competence. Because for each job have a level of competence that you need to acquire before you can move up. Yeah. So then you may say that they're recruiting a project engineer or a project manager. And that role may be very different from another project manager or engineer. So you need to standardize jobs within the sector, yeah, based on competence. For this job, what competence do you require? And what do our people, what do the locals have? What does supply have, the supply database hold? And look at that gap. Yeah. And based on that gap, you know whether or not a local can actually assume that position immediately, or there's a gap that needs to be filled, and what are the steps that need to be taken, and how do they get that?
Thank you. Thanks, Gemma. That's interesting. Good to know. I'm going to sort of go back to Tariq, just on one thing. I mean, you mentioned the success Technip has had in Mozambique in terms of local content, and I mean, we applaud it. It's a good story. I sort of wanted to expand on that, to also share some of the challenges that you faced, you know, in terms of implementing local content initiatives in your operations across the continent.
Thank you for the question. I mean, in terms of challenges, firstly, our approach for the local content was always to be ahead of the curve. Yeah. So we never really waited for the policies or the regulation to come out to comply with them, but we actually had an approach which was very proactive. Mm-hmm. So we understand that policies needs to be implemented. We understand that laws needs to be voted and put in place. Nevertheless, I think it needs to be adapted to the context. It needs to be adapted to the country. So there is no clear, I would say, clear challenges, but the main thing is really to have clarity about the policies, clarity about the expectations, and not to oversell the local content, which is also something that needs to be, I would say, managed. But at the end of the day, it's a collaborative approach. It's a win-win approach. Yeah. From a business perspective, we get our return from the local content. It's not a cost. It's actually something that we value a lot. Mm-hmm. And today, as an engineering company, frankly speaking, I mean, we struggle to find talents. So wherever we can find talents, we'll get them. So if we're able to get them out of Namibia, that will be great. So no, I cannot highlight the real challenges where we are operating. I can, of course, talk about potential example like in Nigeria or places like that where the regulatory framework makes it extremely rigid. Mm-hmm. and could actually push a local content to be more a cost than a value return to the country. So yeah.
Okay, Sergio, you as well. What has been your experience?
My across the continent, as I mentioned, I usually want to state, I try to avoid statistics, right? Because once it's about people, right? It's about social dynamic, because not everybody is going to be an engineer, right? Not everybody is going to be a survey engineer, whatever. So you need to have a spectrum of services that as much as possible can accommodate the needs of the local people. My experience is, so we need to be careful about the social structure, because local content should minimize the fragmentation of society, because those who work in the industry, they know how such a basic thing as the salaries are completely different from other industries in the sector. So the impact on real estate, once you're doing that. So there's a whole range of aspects that you need to pay attention to. Again, the level of education within the country, of course, Namibia is in a privileged situation where the people speak English. In some countries, like in Angola, this is not the official language, which even made it worse because only those who speak English can get access. Nigeria is in a privileged situation. The number of engineers that you generated in country over the years, and that's not something that you shift overnight, and that's why managing expectation is quite important. But then again, there's also the access to finances, because it's quite expensive to have access to the industry. And local companies, they need to have the financial sector with them. The way it's done, it all depends, right? I wouldn't get into that. I think is an issue that has been discussed here in Namibia, how to get the financial sector, how to support, because local companies will need support to be successful. They will fail, right? Yeah. Supplier development program, that's one of the responsibilities you have. You need to have a quite strong supplier development program, because local companies will fail until they learn and then can take more and more responsibility within the value chain of the industry.
Yeah. Thanks, Sergio, and I'm pretty just glad you mentioned finance, because I was going to ask Carlo, really, what is the role of funding and capacity building in local content?
What is the role?
The role of funding and capacity building in local content.
Right. From the onset, I believe it is important that, you know, we have the partners, the operators come to the table, ensure that, you know, whatever aspirations that we would want to achieve is achievable. We would want to set up a roadmap, basically a plan, where we'd want to, you know, see that that plan is being implemented and that there is also monitoring from the regulator's point of view. Now, all that requires also capital. How that is going to be raised is an interesting issue. We would want to have, you know, the financial sector also to be part and parcel of this process. It is important that, you know, all key stakeholders are part and parcel, so that, you know, the local content policy and plan that we would want to achieve is not just a document, but it is a living document, a document that we can action, and then we would also want to ensure that, you know, the Namibians benefit optimally from this. That is basically my view.
And I completely agree. And Neil, I also want your thoughts on this as well, from the Petrofund perspective. What, you know, because I know you need funding to initiate all the great things all the great projects that the Petrofund seeks to achieve. How's that going?
Thank you very much for the question. And just to complement what Carlo has said, the basis of local content as well, as I've mentioned when I attempted to just categorize it in 3 indicators, is financing. Without financing, each of these interventions will fail miserably. An example is, if I give the area that I speak from a place of comfort and pride, is the work that we have done in Namibia. We couldn't have done it without the necessary funding. Just to give you an example, I mentioned numbers today, and I was very deliberate in mentioning numbers. We have trained, since the fund was established, 368 Namibians, and we started in 1993, when there was not a single barrel of oil, and training at that point was fairly affordable. So if you get the number 98.8 million, you divide it by 368, you get a very handsome number. It sits about $250,000. Now, if you factor in inflation, the cost of training today in 2023 is remarkable. It's quite high. And it is not possible to do that if you don't have a very good instrument that will support you to train. The other aspect is time. Training is time sensitive. If you don't start now, you will not have skills when you need them. And also, if you start today and you don't still provide the necessary support to transfer the skills that should be used on the job, you also fail miserably. And all those are cost, it's a cost. So financing is very important from a training perspective. but also financing is very important from a participatory perspective, which is the service industry. And Carlo touched on the subject. The financial sector must come to the play. It's a highly risky industry, but if you understand the risks through training, you should be able to calculate your risks and participate, whether you are a service industry or you're going to provide goods. All that should be somehow be funded by someone. So absolutely, the sector requires a lot of financial engineering, both from a participation factor of the local people from providing services and goods, and of course to train the personnel. All those interventions must be funded. Research and development must be funded. Technology that drives the industry must be funded. So each of those segments require funding. So it's an absolute yes. How you do it, there must be some financial engineering. For training in Namibia, it's fully funded by the operators. It's not funded by the government. As a matter of fact, all negotiated contributions to train Namibians are remitted to the Petro Fund, and they're managed by the Petro Fund. Another aspect which is key in finance is governance. Be able to manage those finances so well, report when you are called upon, and be audited and demonstrate that you've got very good governance. So yes, financing is key across the sector, and there must be deliberate intervention to ensure that some of the profit is pulled back to support all the various legs of local content.
Thanks, Nilian. I know we're almost running out of time, but I have to ask because we can't be discussing this local content without talking about diversification, for example. And so, Tariq, I'm going to ask you, how do we integrate the old sectors of the economy with the emerging sector? And how should local content then evolve in that scenario?
In today's development, at the stage of where we are today in the oil and gas sector in Namibia, it's a little bit, I would say, unclear how you can integrate the oil sector within you. But as that projects get a better definition and we go into a more implementation phase, then you will need a lot of skill set from the old sectors. And when you say the old sector, that's mean the construction, the logistics, this type of sectors that are clearly in the country that can be integrated in this development. And this is something that definitely needs to be clearly studied in order to enable them to be adapted to the new oil and gas industry, because it holds its own standards in terms of safety, in terms of quality, for which these stakeholders need to be prepared for. So, in order to have that move, there are resources that could be mobilized. Nevertheless, it needs to be adapted for the standard of the high standard of the oil and gas.
Okay. And Jamal, I'll ask you the same question because in your opening you did mention demand, and so I want to know your thoughts on how we can integrate, the old sector with the emerging sector as far as local content adaptation is concerned.
I'd like to take it from this perspective. The energy sector is dependent on foreign direct investment. Yeah. And that is important to note. With foreign direct investment, not only will the country receive finance or capital, initial capital I will say, because there's cost recovery that comes, but you'll also attract with it technology, and knowledge, know-how. And in the new emerging economy, these IOCs, they bring those with them. They are the ones who have been studying it for a long time. They know exactly what needs to be done. When I started in industry 20-something years ago, my IOC was actually already studying renewable energy. So it is not new. It has always been there. at another business unit leader or another business unit, but it's always been there. So they have that information. They know the technology that's required. Yeah? So what they do now is to incorporate it. So it's not very far. So you look at what this business unit is doing and what the other business unit is doing within the same company. What are the skills and competence that's required for both? Yeah? What are the new skills that are required and how do I skill up? That's needed. And another thing that we look at for local content, we look at the linkages. But we mainly look at the backward linkages. We also need to look at the forward linkages. So one is you look at what the consumer need, which is forward. Yeah, what you look at is how do you use the resources, our resources, yeah, and add value to it. Yeah, then you look at backward, what are the supply chain, what are the employment that needs to be done. So you look at both of them, yeah, together. So you need to collaborate. The government needs to collaborate well with the IOCs because they have the answer. You need to ask them. And what I have seen, it is not always a level playing field. You don't always get the answer. Yeah. Obstacles are thrown in your way. I can talk from experience. I came from an IOC. I work for the government now. And the same IOCs will actually try to deviate and will not give you the information. And they will actually form a group that will actually place obstacles in your way. So the government needs to have an agreement with the IOCs. What is required for the old and the new? So that is where the information lies.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Our time is up. But before I throw it to the audience for questions, I'd just like the panelists to 30 seconds closing remark. You know, we don't have time. So anything you want to share in just 30 seconds before I ask our audience for any questions? Nilian, yes.
Thank you. If I may start, we want to assure our investors that as Namibians, we take in-country value very seriously. We have been creating opportunities for Namibians to participate from a workforce development for nearly 30 years before a drop of oil was realized. It's something that we are going to continue doing, and we would like to continue collaborating with each one of you so that we do it very well. And it's a win-win intervention for both of us. You earn your social license to operate if you train your staff members very well and give them opportunities to serve the industry.
Thanks, Nilian. Tariq?
Thank you for the opportunity and for the co-panelists for this very rich discussion. From our point of view, I mean, the conclusion is there's a lot of work ahead, and we are ready to face the challenge, to support, and of course, hopefully to be part of this very exciting development in Namibia on the oil and gas sector, but also on the green hydrogen, green ammonia, the other side of the coming development in Namibia. So.
Thanks. Carlo?
Thank you. I think from the government's point of view, we are very deliberate, intentional about, enforcing local content into the value chain of oil and gas. We would want to see maximum benefit accruing from, the sector. We are also mindful of the fact that the project itself, or the projects itself, will not be able to deliver a lot of jobs and opportunities. However, there are off-spins. The sector is big. There will be the value chains that will create opportunities for more Namibians to be employed. And we would want to see Namibians being employed not only on very low-level opportunities, but also impactful and very serious and technical levels as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Gemma?
To me, local content is important. If done right, if implemented right, there's economic benefit for Namibia. But it has to be done right. There must be collaboration. There must be transparency. Yes? And there must be, as I say, collaboration between the government and the IOC. And when we look at the opportunities, I will think it will be a failure if we just look at the low-hanging fruit, because that's very easy to do. You look at the jobs, the low-level jobs. Right. We need to find a way to get Namibians into higher-paying jobs. And you need to clearly, the playing field, you need to make it level, because it is not level. And I can speak from experience, yeah? Because in one location where the operator may work, yeah? The employees are required to submit one thing. And in this location, they may be asked for double or triple, the effort. So there needs to be a level playing field. And with that, it will work. Local content is an economic tool. When I started local content, I found that, the operators were challenging. They were challenging us. Yeah. And I started to sort answers. And it made me go back to school to do a doctorate on local content to understand this thing. And where are we missing? And we have been doing local energy for the last 100 years. And Trinidad and Tobago is still told, our employees and contractors are still told today that they don't have the competence to do the job. That's why I stressed it. So you need to establish whatever required competence for anything that wants to be done in the sector.
Thanks, Gemma. Absolutely. Completely agree with you. Sergio?
I think pretty much has been said here. My understanding and experience is there's no turnkey solution for this issue. I don't have a solution. If I had, I've been working with this for many years. I wouldn't be sitting here. I've been billionaire sitting some island somewhere, right? Because this is an issue within the industry, and governments, local society have been fine. So if I had the solution, I'll be perhaps drinking wine with Elon Musk by now. But what I want to say is also throw a challenge. I think this room has been full of executives, local African executives, as you mentioned there. We were challenged. And we lived up to the challenge. Some of us came up to key positions with the extremely challenged business environment. The people you saw here were for the National Petroleum Agency in Angola. We all went through some school. Some people are sitting here. And today, in some countries, you have a backbone of nationals, right? So it is also a responsibility of the locals to aim higher and believe that it's possible for them. Nothing is given here to anybody, right? Nothing. It is a fight. Right? Because there's a lot of interest, but at the end of the day, it's each individual, each country, each government, each community to position themselves within this value chain. So that's my experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the beautiful discussion. Any questions, quickly? Okay, and we don't even have time, so sorry. If I can just summarize, I think what my takeaway would be, local content is a win-win situation, and there will be demand, and we have to sort of develop that local capacity to meet that demand, because if we don't develop the local capacity, the jobs would go overseas as expected. So it's a very important topic. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us, and I'm sure we learned a lot. So a round of applause to my panelists. Thank you.
So much, Onyeke and the panelists, for that insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go, I just have a few announcements. Thank you so much for sticking with us for the rest of this day one. I'm sure you found it quite impactful. I know it was quite a lot to take all in one day. Just a few announcements for all of us to know. There is a special cocktail that has been organized by RMB. It's by invitation only. Please do not go there if you have not been invited. We then have our gala dinner that is starting at 7:30. All delegates are invited for the gala dinner. Please make sure that you are there. Tomorrow we are going to start at 8:30 in the morning. We hope that you will be on time. We will see you there. There is a delegate who have lost their phone. It's an iPhone with a black cover. If anybody has found it, please, if you can bring it to me or to any of the technical team people there at the back. A black iPhone with a black cover. I would really appreciate that. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. I would like to thank all the moderators as well as the panelists who took